radio generation, the home of urban soul. This is the Radio Generation News.
Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga. The family of activist Davis Lichuma is calling for investigations into his disappearance after he was found near Kenyatta National Hospital on Sunday night. Lichuma had been missing for 4 days after taking part in the Gen Z commemoration demonstrations in Nairobi's Central Business District. He is currently receiving treatment at Nairobi Women's Hospital after reportedly being abandoned near KNH by unknown people.
Watoto wengi wamepotea, si ati ni Dive peke yake alikuwa amepotea, ni wengi wamepotea. Tukua naombaje hao watoto waachiliwe waende kwa familia zao. Hatukatai, kuna serikali inasemaje, mtu kama ameiba utaweza kumshika, lakini kama anatetea haki yake hakuna haja kumshika. Na tujua wengine wako wapi saa hizi. Tunaomba pale penye wako waachiliwe, wakae na familia yao.
This responsibility now lies with IPOA, because these are clear excesses of the police service. And the single institution that is required to investigate police excesses is IPOA. And by the way, we have not seen IPOA here to date.
The government plans to hire 7,000 healthcare workers to help solve the shortage of staffs in public hospitals and health centers across the country. Health Cabinet Secretary Eden Duale said the recruitment will include 5,000 nurses and midwives and 2,000 medical officers. The move aims to improve healthcare services and reduce pressure on existing staff. Duale spoke during the deployment of more than 6,660 healthcare interns for the 2026-2027 internship program.
When I assumed office, delayed internship postings, unresolved human resource matters, and industrial unrest threaten health service delivery. Please, where you go, serve the community and do not allow any other person to mistreat you. We encourage continuous dialogue with your supervisors and make sure they bring any issue to our attention.
President William Ruto on Monday announced a 30 billion Kenya shillings project to expand Kiambu Road into a dual carriageway from Muthaiga to Kiambu. The project is expected to improve transport, ease traffic congestion, and attract more investment in the area. The president also revealed plans for a 44.9 billion Kenya shillings investment in Nairobi's intelligence transport system, which will be carried out in 3 phases to improve traffic management and public transport services in the city.
To the north of the corridor, we are preparing a dualing of 23.5 kilometers Kiambu Road corridor from Muthaiga to Kiambu and its bypasses in a US dollar 221 million Kenya shillings 30 billion investment. This project will unlock faster movement of people and goods while opening Nairobi's northern metropolitan region to greater investment.
Authorities in the Democratic Republic of Congo have banned large public gatherings in the capital Kinshasa and 3 other provinces to help stop the spread of Ebola. The deadly disease has so far been reported in 3 eastern provinces, about 1,800 kilometers from Kinshasa. However, the government fears the virus could spread to the city, which has a population of about 18 million people. Some opposition leaders have criticized the move, saying the ban could be aimed at stopping a planned protest march set for 8th of July. And that's the truth on Radio Generation. Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga.
In the beginning, there was morning radio. But now there is Radio Generation's The People's Breakfast. Curious and bold, getting facts from the shadows.
That's what it is.
Now, as the city wakes and secrets stir, a bright new voice shines. The People's Breakfast. Your morning Your voice, your journey. Good morning.
Good morning, my neighbor.
Welcome to the home of hard truths and bold insights, Radio Generation.
Oh, good morning. How are you doing? It is now what? 5 minutes. Actually, it's almost 6 minutes past 6. My name is Mungalambuvi, and this is the People's Breakfast on Radio Generation. 88.8 FM in Nairobi, 90.7 in Mombasa. Alafu kule Garissa, it's 89.5. It's the what? The 30th day. It's the last day of June. I'm happy, but I'm also sad at the same time. I'm happy because time inasonga. You know, it's end month. Mdosi najua mali yuko saizi anapanga mikakati, anaweka mikakati kama venye president wetu anasemanga tunapanga na in 6 months. Kwa hivyo mimi ninajua in 6 months, but in about 6 hours mambo yatabadilika.
6 months in presidential speak means
6 years.
No. Tumefikiria.
Naam.
Tumeona ni kitu kizuri.
Ndio.
Tutajaribu kuifanya.
Okay.
Yes. 6 months is to get your attention. So that you don't forget.
Okay.
And in 6 months you remember where kile kitu ulisema. Okay?
But 6 months unajua venye imekuja tena kumkula.
Let me tell you that is now. Inakuaga hivyo. Because on the one hand you feel you must say something that points to what you want to do. But on the other hand, people listen.
People do listen, City. And I agree with you. This president has set a standard, a bar for the next president.
The next president kuna shida.
Whoever will come after President William Ruto, whether it's after 2 terms or 1 term or whichever term,
hakuna shida.
Atakuwa na shida mingi because number one, you will not lie to Kenyans anymore. You will not give promises that you cannot fulfill. Let me not call it lying. You will not give.
I prefer to put it. You will not keep promises which don't have timelines.
Thank you.
Yes.
Yeah, unajua ndio ulikuwa mwalimu wa Kiingereza Sasa mimi ni mwanafunzi. But yes, you're right. You will not tell Kenyans that you will do this and then not do it.
Abana.
You will definitely not. If you ever think of being mischievous, my friend, that is over.
Toa yoko kichwa.
Hiyo imeenda.
Kabisa.
Number 2, if you think you will come and especially for the young folks, nimekuja kurealize city ya watu, whether we like it or not, they are no longer tribal. So if you think you'll come and sell tribe to them, it's over, my friend.
And that actually is a thought that is relevant to a sizable portion of the population of Kenya.
Exactly.
But there is another sizable portion of Kenyans who, my friend...
I'm saying that because at no point has President Ruto sold tribe to them as opposed to other leaders. Hakuna wakati yeye alikuja aka get rid of that tribal rhetoric kabisa. Sasa wenye wanailetanga ndio wanaambiangwa wewe. Because even if you look at some of the comments that we receive here, and the kinds of folks that we host here on the show, if they incline towards a tribal conversation, you will even see the comments saying that bana huyu jamaa anajaribu kuturudisha mahali tulitoka. So mimi naweza kukuambia there is a sizable population of Kenyans that will not tolerate that kind of conversation going forward.
What one prays is that particular sizable population increases.
Yes, and I hope they vote in the next election. Tafadhali.
How we pray.
Mnahitaji kupiga kura. Yesterday nili host Senator Mtata. We had a good time here. And there are some things he told me again. Na nikasema la. Number 1, alisema hii mambo ya NTSA. Hii story ya private cars kulipishwa 2,000 sijui inspection. Alisema hiyo kitu Senate wameikataa na wameikataa kabisa. Alisema nothing of that sort itapita huko kwa Senate, na amesema hiyo on behalf of Kenyans wamekataa. And for the first time I almost cried. I almost shed a tear because I was like, oh my God, I feel like you guys have represented us well, you know. And of course we went on and spoke about the budget. We spoke about counties and many other things that pertains to what he's doing in court. We spoke about the odious debt, by the way, and hizo offshore accounts zenye Kenya ina own. Amesema hizo vitu ndizo wako kotini wanataka zijulikane, the amounts of money in there or what has ever been in there, even if it is no longer there. Wamesema they will audit that thing to the very end. I mean, he will fight it to the very end.
Plus also, there's need to tell us who the signatories are.
Exactly.
Yes, yet hawajulikani.
Yeah.
Lakini ni vizuri waseme.
Right.
Nani, and we want to know when they became signatories, under whose watch they were given the mandate to be signatories to this account. Because you know, wajua hiyo account ni yetu.
Yeah.
Ya sisi wa Kenya.
Ni kweli?
Ni yetu.
Ni pesa yetu.
Yes.
Yeah.
So,
hata kama imekopwa.
But it's borrowed on our behalf, and we are down to pay for it.
Right.
Yes.
He also told us that he has sued the IMF. Na hiyo vita ya IMF, my friend, venye aliniexplainia as a layman, what I understood is that the IMF can use Kenyan laws to sue, Kenyans, or even sue the government, but the government cannot use Kenyan laws to sue the IMF.
Yes.
And I was like, what do you mean? What kind of... I don't even know how to describe it, man. So alisema hivyo, nikasikiza. If you missed that show, by the way, you can check it out. It's already on our YouTube channel. Nienda tu pale ubonyeze utafute tu. It's one of the latest ones. Actually, it's the last one apart from the one that we are on right now. I also hosted nominated Senator Karen Nyamu. And I'm looking at the comments on that video right now, from the live ones to the ones that are not live. Lakini watu acheni tu niwaulize tu. Mbona mnachukia huyu Karen Nyamu namna hiyo?
Aliofanya nini kwani?
Watu wanaongea mbaya juu ya huyo madama hapa. Mpaka kuna mtu mwingine amesema Siti Muga cannot stand this. Sitamalizia hiyo sentence. Mwingine amemuita majina ambayo tulikuwa
hatuwezi kusoma.
Hatuwezi sema hewani kwa sababu the last time nilisoma vitu kama hizo, Communications Authority walinikujia, so sitazisema. Haya, mwingine anasema huyu ni mwizi. Hata zingine sitamalizia pia.
Tuache tu hapo tu.
But some of the comments I saw there, some were asking why do we even give her a platform? That is Senator Nyamu. Why would we give her a platform?
Why not?
But guys, she is a senator in this country of ours. She's a nominated one, number 2. And number 3, she's actually being paid with your tax. At the end of the day, wouldn't you want to hear what is on her mind?
More to the point, if she has been at the receiving end of comments and bad press,
yes,
should we not give her an opportunity to say her bit, to explain herself?
She explained actually a couple of things that we asked her. For example, unakumbuka ile incident ya ule jamaa ambaye it is alleged alituma watu wakakule kwa hoteli yake na hakulipa.
Yes,
she admitted and she said, look guys, she actually said that she feels like she could have handled that situation differently. Yeah. She didn't apologize, by the way, but she just said, I would have handled that situation differently. And other things that we asked her, na akasema perhaps in the past, kuna mahali tu amekuwa kifail because she's a human being and so on and so forth. Does it exonerate her from those particular things that we feel that she shouldn't have done? Not necessarily, but guys, she has spoken about it. Hakuna mahali mtu ataisema, by the way, hajaiongeleleo kitu. Aliongelelea jana na mambo mengine mengi. So you can check that out again on our YouTube channel. It went live from 6 p.m. sorry, and it's live, not live, but it is on record on the channel. Today is 30th of June, like I told you. Let us see what is significant about this day as far as the United Nations are concerned. Unajua ndio watu wanatuambianga stories za World Toilet Day, wanakujanga wanatuambia about Father's Day and so on and so forth. So as far as June is concerned, June 30th is concerned, today is International Asteroid Day.
Asteroid?
Yeah. Do you know what an asteroid is?
Zile tumawe tunatokaga space.
Ndio uto sasa. Zile tunakujanga tunazunguka tuko and then tuingine tunaingia huku Earth. Tukiingia Earth tunaitangwa meteorite. But asteroids are there in space. There's actually something called an asteroid belt, where there's debris of what is considered or thought to have been a planet, and they are just there floating and going around the sun, just like other planets are also revolving around the sun. So it is International Asteroid Day, and also it is International Day of Parliamentarism. International Day of Parliamentarism. Hii hata nisome nikuambie ni jua nini haswa. Najua ni story na parliament na legislature, but this is what they're saying. Human rights are fundamental to the effective functioning of parliaments because they provide the legal and democratic framework that protects the freedoms, dignity, and participation of all people. Parliaments play a central role in translating human rights commitments into laws, policies, and oversight mechanisms that safeguard individuals from discrimination, abuse, and injustice. So they're saying the future of human rights is written in parliaments.
Yes, it is.
Yeah.
It is. But then what now etches it into the memory of the citizenry is the observed behavior of those who we elect to be in positions of leadership and then fail to lead. Because when you do something which is wrong, yes, you're setting a terrible example.
Yeah.
And one could argue that you are leading in a direction that you are not elected to lead. But the truth of the matter is that the power of example, especially from somebody who is in a position of authority,
Yes.
it should never be underestimated.
Yeah, it's true. And Omtata yesterday alikuwa anasema that parliaments, there are some parliaments that have really failed this country, and he mentioned specifically the 13th parliament.
Bro,
Alisema,
this one takes a cup.
Alisema yani kwa zile zote zenye zimeharibu hii nchi
hiyo,
amesema 13th ndio, yani anasema yani maybe hata kuna ingine itatop hii.
No.
Because of some of the things that have been allowed to pass, some of the laws that they have passed that have failed in their oversight role, representation iko chini, and so on and so forth. Nikasema, I cry my beloved country Kenya. Tupati methali.
We are still bless you.
Thank you.
Bless you. We are still in the Republic of South Africa. Umesikia hiyo?
Yeah.
Tuko wapi? South Africa.
Kwa mali wanaambia Waafrika waondokee.
By the way, the narratives coming from that particular part of the world.
Yes.
And there are people who have attempted to now explain and justify what is being seen as
xenophobia.
Yeah, and explaining, no, you know, when South Africans were in other countries, they were in concentration camps.
In other countries?
Before they got independence. And I'm thinking, hey, bro. I was listening to some tapes.
Yeah.
Clips, rather. I was thinking, hey, bro, so when do some history vizuri?
Okay.
They were integrated into the communities of the African countries they were in. You knew this was South African, but there was no specific place where South Africans lived because they were in the diaspora.
Yeah.
No. They were just part of the communities that they went to. But what is certain is this. Every time you find a system has been in place that divides people like apartheid,
Yes.
do not think that its ramifications will end simply because you have an independent state where the majority have been elected. Do not assume, because over 70% of the land in South Africa is still owned by the whites.
Okay.
And that represents the economy. The businesses, the economy is still controlled by this same group of people.
But as a city, even before you give us the methali, what really can they do about it? Because you can't kick these guys out.
No, they are citizens like you.
Exactly.
It is not that you can't kick them out.
No, I'm just trying to put out options here.
Yes.
You know, A, B, C, D kind of thing.
Yes.
You can't kick them out.
No.
They are South Africans just like
No. That actually is not the way to go. What I'm trying to say is this. You need to understand where your problem is.
Okay. And where is the problem?
The problem is that a divided South Africa is very good for those who are a minority and are in power because it removes the focus from them.
Okay.
The inequalities that exist are therefore not discussed.
Yeah.
Right now, for instance, I was also reading somewhere where, remember, these fellows have provinces. Johannesburg and the council that runs it are broke.
Yes.
Part of the reason why they are broke is because they have an assembly similar to the ones we have in our county systems, have passed many laws that has led to some spending that have rendered it now broke.
Okay.
This is a story that you will find in very many of the other provinces of South Africa. Okay?
Okay.
Now, that one, you can point a finger at the minority white if you like. No, but it is the people who are in power
Yes.
who are making these laws Okay? And it is the Africans who have decided they must also eat. Yes. And when you decide to plunder the resources, the same resources you plunder, the same resources that are meant for the people. Yes. So there will be a disconnect.
Yeah.
So the story of the xenophobia story is a useful one because, again, the focus on the trials and tribulations of the local citizenry is not at the fore. Okay. Let me just mention something so that we may understand. I told you yesterday, capital is Pretoria, but that's the executive capital. Cape Town is the legislative capital, and Bloemfontein is the judiciary.
Yes.
Now, when we talk about the presidency, people know of Cyril Ramaphosa, don't they?
They do.
Do they even know the deputy president did?
Nope. Let me guess.
Mashatile. That's his name. He's called Paul Mashatile. Okay? Mashatile, yes. Speaker of the National Assembly is called Toko Didiza.
Okay, that's the speaker.
Yes.
Toko.
Yeah, Thoko. It's probably short for Tokozile.
Okay.
All right. Now, what they have is something. Remember, I told you we have something called the Council of Governors.
Yes.
They have the chairperson of the National Council of Provinces. They have a National Council of Provinces.
Okay.
That is the equivalent of
COG.
Okay. They have a Chief Justice just like we do, and it's called Madisa Maya. Then in Parliament, they have an upper house. The upper house is called the National Council of Provinces. The lower house is called the National Assembly.
Okay,
but tutawacha hapo.
Sawa.
I will tell you about when it became a union, when it became independent and kadhalika, and the processes it went through. Now the proverb: no hill without gravestones, no valley without shadows.
No hill without gravestones, no valley without
shadows.
Okay. No hill without gravestones, you said?
Gravestones, yes. No valley without shadows.
Kumaanisha, kwa opinioni yangu, kumaanisha hakuna mahali utaenda hautapata watu wamepoteza. People have losses. People have mourned, people have grieved, people have suffered. Whether it's at the mountaintop where we all want to be, perhaps at one point, and also in the valleys, you will find shadows because, again, a valley is literally at the bottom of a hill.
It is.
And people, and not people. And when the sun is on the other side, it will definitely cast a shadow.
It always does.
Yeah.
In fact, it casts a shadow, irrespective of whether it is rising
or it is sunsetting.
Yes.
It is setting, sorry.
Yes. No, it is sunsetting. Yes.
But yes. So, wakisema hata kwa hills kuna kuanga na gravestones, my friend, hata kule juu, mali the sun shines 24/7. Watu pia wanakuanga na kashida.
Hiyo ni ukweli wa mambo.
Yes. Nimeipata, si ndio?
Umeipata.
Hapo sasa unanipatia degree. Hapo niko na PhD kwa methali, si ndio?
That one, my friend, I'll give you 2 PhDs.
Thank you so much. I can't wait to hear what our guests will say going forward. Let's get into breaking news, right? On www.radiogeneration.co.ke. Our first story here is third court order stops planned state lodge development in Imenti Forest. Niliuliza Karen Nyamu swala hili la development because she's the vice chair of the lands committee in parliament, environment. It's called lands, environment and something committee
in the Senate.
Yes, she's the vice chair. Nikamuuliza hii mambo ya Imenti bwana, wewe unaonaje? Akasema ikiwafikia atakuwa na comment, but for now hana comment. A planned state lodge, golf course and airstrip in Imenti Forest has suffered another setback after the Environment and Land Court issued fresh orders barring any move to exercise part of the protected forest as multiple legal challenges against the protected, or rather against the project, as the project gathers momentum, I guess. So the latest orders were issued by Justice Ogutu Mboya in a case brought by the Pan-African Climate Justice Alliance and the Meru Forest Conservation Forum, adding to a growing list of court directives that have temporarily halted the proposed developments. The ruling marks the third conservatory order issued in relation to the disputed project, which has attracted opposition from activists, residents, and environmental lobby groups concerned about the future of the forest. Hapa ndipo gava inafikanga tu inasema, okay guys, all right, But I asked Senator Umtata this very issue. Do you know what he said? Alisema hivi. Alianza hivi conversation yake. Mbuvi. Of course I'm paraphrasing. Why would anyone want to build a state lodge and an airstrip in the same parcel of land? Akanambia the security risks it presents are enormous. Na akasema he is smelling a very big rat in this whole issue. Na akasema something is definitely fishy. He said hakuna state lodge yoyote around the world iko kando ya airport. Na hii ni commercial airport. Si ati ni ka airstrip kenye katatumika na president peke yake.
Which state lodge are we referring to?
The Menti one that they want to construct.
The one where they're clearing a forest for?
That one. So he was like, if this is a public airstrip where everyone there is going to be landing, watu wa miraa, watu wa commercial, watu wanaenda ushago kwao, this is not the president's at the private airstrip. No, this is part of the ports that Kenyans will use. And he was like, why would you construct that literally next to the presidential lodge?
What I'd like to ask is, airports fall under the Ministry of Transport.
Yes, they are.
Who is our PS Transport?
Nimemsahau.
Minamjua.
Okay.
Who is our CS Transport?
Okay.
Namjua. Why is it a must that airport or airstrip requires the clearing of a forest for it to be built? And yet, from everything we've heard, they were told, bro, there are other places you can build.
Again, the senator brought that up. He was like, there are other alternatives. If you have to, of which he was saying, we don't have to. But he was saying, if we really have to, come rain, come sunshine, you want it, fine. Why are you insisting on clearing a forest to build it?
The question I will ask is, who is insisting? You see, every discussion we have in this country begins and ends with the president. And I'm asking the question, does everything in this country begin and end with the president? That's what I'm asking.
Because the president has been very vocal on this particular issue. He was saying a day or two ago that why are people refusing watu wameenda kukuwa na state house? He made it look like, there are some people against you guys having a state house. Fulani wako na state house. Another county state house. Another one state house. Another, mbona nyinyi ndio mnanyimwa? Watu wako na ma-airstrip huko, ma-airstrip huko, ma-airstrip. Mbona nyinyi ndio mnanyimwa? And of course, the crowds there are like... Yeah.
So he's the one who's jumped into this thing feet first, hasn't
No,
he?
he just made his comments.
No, that's jumping in feet first, because if the president then comments on it, then I see with clarity why it is people would associate everything that has to do with it
with him.
Oh yes.
Yeah.
Once he comments on it, what will be deducted is that he had a say in it, or he has an interest in it.
Very true.
Yes.
Yeah. So that's that. Again, the
bless you.
That court order stops planned state lodge development in Imenti Forest as much as ujenzi unaendelea. Counties feel the strain as SHA arrears climb past 26 billion. Yesterday I asked Senator Nyamu on this one. Na akasema bro, hiki tunafanya kazi bana, acheni porojo.
Nini hiyo?
SHA. Nikamwambia hii inafanya, si atifanye. Nikamwambia hata mimi niko na makuzo, ma aunties nini. Wameenda wakasaidika. Lakini sasa tukisikia ma county hospitals hazijalipwa, private hospitals hazijalipwa, is that something that is really working? Am I struggling? And she said to give me one hospital that has not been paid. And I moved from that conversation.
You see?
Yeah.
There are hospitals that haven't been paid. The question I would ask is, why have they not been paid? Yes, because it can't be that if hospital B in area B has not been paid, it means that it's the same reason why hospital C in area C has not been paid.
Very true.
Is it a public hospital? Is it a private hospital? And if you're talking about the amount, and if there are reasons why, did SHA give reasons as to why they did not pay? I'm simply saying there's a discussion around it.
Yes.
It can't begin with they were not paid and that's the end of the story. No. Somebody has to explain.
Do you know how much money was being stolen in NHIF?
Abana,
I told her.
Your conversation.
Pesa ni mingi imepotea. Lakini tuongelele yenye sasa inatupatia shida hapa.
Yep. Na alikwambia? Alisema hapana, hataki kusikia hiyo mambo.
Sasa venye aliniambia tunafanya kazi bana na aka insist. Sasa mimi nikasema ni sawa, juu sasa nitadu.
The truth is it does work. But there are hiccups that arise from time to time, and they must be addressed.
Yeah.
Yes.
Ramaphosa calls for calm as South Africa faces fresh anti-migrant protests. Unajua leo ndio siku ya mwisho
Ya nini?
Waafrika waliambiwa watoke South Africa.
Watatoka tu.
Waliambiwa na wala wasi. Acha nisome hapa kidogo. As fresh anti-migrant demonstrations gather momentum across South Africa, President Cyril Ramaphosa has moved to calm rising tensions, warning protesters against using threats, intimidation, or violence, while reaffirming that foreign nationals living legally in the country are protected by the Constitution. The president's remarks came as an official deadline set by anti-migrant groups for undocumented foreigners to leave South Africa draws near, prompting thousands of migrants to either return home or seek shelter in temporary camps amid fears of possible attacks. In his weekly newsletter, Ramaphosa acknowledged growing concerns around immigration, but stressed that protests must remain within the law. So the Kenyan embassy in South Africa has said, look, if you're a Kenyan and you're currently there, they do not care how you got there, whether you came there legally or illegally. Walisema just go to the embassy wakusaidia kutoka. Sijui kama kuna South Africa anatusikiza saizi ama Mkenya kwa South Africa anatusikiza saizi, lakini kama uko na mtu huko na amekuwa akishangaa what next, what to do, well, again, you as a Kenyan, you have been asked by your embassy in South Africa. They do not care how you got there, whether you're documented or undocumented, whether you came in through a plane or you sneaked in through one of the very many borders. They are just saying go to the embassy and they will sort you out and they will get you back to Kenya in one piece. Meanwhile, the deadline is today. Deadline ya watu kutoka huko by the people that said that you need to live there. Before we get into the traffic update, City, do you know Paraguay has edged out Germany of the World Cup? Walitandikwa jana. First of all, they went into extra time because they drew 1-1. Then they went into penalties. Na hawa watu walitandikwa 4-3. 4-3 na Paraguay. Brazil jana walichuana na Japan. Was it Japan? It must be Japan. Wakatoka 2-1. Currently, we have the Netherlands playing Morocco. They're into extra time. And they're currently at 1-1 as well. And if they continue like this, guess what, man? They are going to the penalties.
This is one of those World Cups that are opening a whole new era.
Oh, yes. Hapa hakuna ati ule ndio ni European ndio tuonoma na nyinyi ni Afrika ati mko down. Ati nyinyi nimetoka South America ati sasa mko fiti, mko na kina Messi, mko na kina Nunez. Bwana, watu wanatandikwa huku nje City. All right, let's take a look at traffic. Yeah, and today I'm going to start from Mombasa County. Sasa huyu nani ameniekea hii hapa? Good.
Traffic.
Sasa tukianza na Mombasa County, I'm looking at a picture of Sheikh Abdullah F Road. That one is very, very, very grey right now. That means that you guys are literally not on the road at all. However, as you're approaching New Nyali Bridge, kuna kajam hapo kidogo, kumaanisha watu ni kama wamekwamana wote wapo. Gari zote za Mombasa, as we are currently speaking, ziko pale New Nyali Bridge. Because the rest of the roads are just clear. Like there's absolutely nothing. Oh no, wait, there are some few other vehicles. I think they've divided themselves. Kuna zingine ziko hapa Jomo Kenyatta Avenue. But Ralngala City is empty. There's another one called, this is Lumumba Road. It's also empty. Kirinyaga Road, also empty. Swalenguru Road, empty. Baringo Street, empty. And you know, when the road is grey, that means there is no one on it. There's a little bit of traffic. Hii barabara inajulikana kama East Sandawambia inaitwa nini? Haina jina. But iko on the opposite side of Haile Selassie Road. I think that's the only way I can explain it. Pale karibu na Kenya Police. Yeah?
Which town are you in?
I'm in Mombasa. There's a Machako Street on one side, and then there's Mijikenda Street on the other side, and then there is, like I've said, Haile Selassie Road on this other side. There's a very small strip of red line. That means there's traffic there. Wacha niseme hii ni Mwembe Tayari Road because that's the closest road I can see there. Hapo ndio kuna ka traffic kidogo, but other than that city ananicheka. Other than that everything else is good.
You know, if you look at the place called Kengeleni, it's an intersection.
Yes.
There are vehicles coming from Kisauni, there are vehicles coming from Bamburi, and there are vehicles coming from Nyali. So it's like a meeting point.
Yes.
So, and matatus galore. So at this particular hour, it is 6:38.
Yes.
You are likely to find
traffic.
Yes.
And I'm actually looking at it. There's a very long stretch of traffic.
And also that road, you're talking about the road that comes from Nyali. Okay?
Yeah, ndio hii.
It is, yes, it's in a single lane.
Nimetoka huko side za VOK pia, si ndio?
VOK, that is Bamburi Road.
Okay, yes. So ninaangalia Bamburi Road basi.
No, yes, it's they're expanding the road, but when you're expanding it, it means it's still being repaired, so it still amounts to being a single lane. The traffic on that road.
Yeah.
Remember, the Kisauni Road also, kuna mali zinakutana ukifika near the Bamburi cement factory.
Yes,
but
yes.
That Kisauni Road is often also referred to as the old Mombasa Malindi Road.
Okay.
The population that lives there is immense.
Okay.
Yes. It is immense. That road, watu ni wengi. And people are waking up now and they're beginning to move now.
Yeah.
And schools are back in session.
Good stuff. Ngong Road, this is now Nairobi. Ngong Road inakaa iko sawa, haina shida yote. All the way to Haile Selassie. Getting into town, of course, you'll find a little bit of traffic pale August 7th Memorial Park. Alafu ukifika pale panaitwa aje, All Saints Cathedral, this is now on Valley Road. Hauna traffic yoyote kabisa. State House Road pia iko sawa, Kenyatta Avenue iko sawa, Anniversary Towers, hiyo barabara yote ukienda kuingia Uhuru Highway iko sawa. Ukiangalia pia watu ambao wanatoka Ngong Road mko sawa kabisa. There is no traffic at all. Waiyaki as well, zero traffic. Well, I mean there is traffic, but there is no jam basically. Akina Muranga Road wote ndio uingie sasa Thika Super Highway, hapa sasa ndio kuna shida wadau. Wacha tu niwaambie ukweli, Kiambu Road bad. And then if you're coming from this is now where, if you're on Thika Super Highway just after Outer Ring Road, hapo kwa Allsops, as you're coming to town, jam imeanzia hapo. All I can say is poleni tena sana.
Traffic on Radio Generation.
Front page of the Daily Nation says, abduction victims harrowing ordeals. Michael Ngige here. I am pained everywhere, my head, waist, back and the rest of my body. I cannot walk much at the moment. What I need now is proper medical attention and treatment. Benson Shikala, he was very hungry, deranged, and if you touched him, he wanted to escape. He was fearful, very afraid, and did not know anyone. He was disoriented. This is Davis Lichuma's elder brother, anaitwa Benson Shikala, describing the state in which his brother is in. Hussein Khalid, this is the executive director of Vocal Africa. They were beaten. They were being asked who was funding them, where they got their body cams from, because they had the cameras to cover police excesses.
So you can buy them.
Yes, and interestingly enough, those things are very cheap.
Yes, they can be bought. It's not, you don't need to be sponsored to buy. Cine camera. Yes, yes, they're available. You just need to go to the internet and you'll be able to get them.
Yes. If you, even some very smaller cameras that nowadays you can hide.
You can find them in a pen.
You can find them in
glasses.
In miwani,
eyewear, yes. So
you can find them on your watch.
Oh, yes.
And they are very, and when I say cheap, I mean like less than 5,000 Kenya shillings, kind of cheap.
That is true. They're around 3,500 to 4,000 and they work.
And this is something you don't even, if you can afford an iPhone worth hundreds of thousands.
Bro, if you can afford just the phones that people buy, even if it's worth 30,000.
You can afford these gadgets.
That. Yes.
Yeah. Wow. So they are calling it torture chambers. The frail, trembling man lay in the cold on Sunday night along Ngong Road, from where some boda riders wheeled him into the emergency wing of Kenyatta National Hospital. The sickly man was Davis Lichuma, an activist who had gone missing following his arrest during last Thursday's demonstrations. Apparently his captors had dumped him by the roadside, just like had been done to his 6 other colleagues who have recounted their horror ordeals at the hands of armed men in a secret location many believe is deep inside a forest. Now you can see this whole story in pages 2 to 3. Let's even say that someone is funding these folks. Does it really take away from what exactly it is that they are protesting? I don't think it does. Instead of addressing the reason why people are going to the streets, you are arresting the folks that are going to the streets. I don't think that is that's not the way to deal with issues, in my opinion. If I were someone who had the authority to do this, to be honest, I would be going after the reason why people are going to the streets. Because once you have dealt with that, my friend, it doesn't matter whether people wear body cams, whether they wear spy cameras or whatever you want to call them, they will not have need for them. Wamunyoro delegations push for Uhuru Gachagua deal. Yeah? What are they saying? The 45-day retreat by Democracy for the Citizens Party leader Rigathi Gachagua has revived calls for a truce with former President Uhuru Kenyatta, with leaders visiting the former DP at his Wamunyoro residence, urging him to reconcile with Mr. Kenyatta. That story is on page 7. Hospital operations hit as SHA owes counties 27 billion. Hospitals across the country are struggling under the weight of unpaid claims amounting to nearly 27 billion. A report by the Control of Budget shows that the Social Health Authority owed county health facilities at least 26.87 billion as of March 31st, more than 3 times the 8.29 billion that was outstanding at the end of December 2025. Some 20 counties did not disclose the amount SHA owes them, including Nairobi, Taita Taveta, Nyamira, Nandi, Murang'a, Meru, Mandera, Makueni, Isiolo, Okay, ni nyingi. Yeah, but the Daily Nation has tried to list some of them. For example, Nakuru is owed 2.4 billion by SHIF and 432.93 million by NHIF. So kuna pesa bado ilisaulika kulipo huko NHIF na sasa wameikari over to SHIF. We have Kitui County owed 243.85 million by SHIF and 89.17 M by NHIF. We have another county like, let me just pick another one. Migori, SHIF owes them 10.12 million. NHIF owes them 175 million. Hiyo wataiona kweli. Machakos County, SHIF doesn't owe them anything, but NHIF owes them 68.25 million. Or at least that amount is not mentioned here if it is existent. I think it is one of the counties zenye hawaja disclose how much SHA owes them. Aya. The Standard says at the front page, Mr. President, why? That is a question. 2 days ago, Mathare-based activist Davis Lichuma was found barely alive after he was reportedly arrested during the June 25th Gen Z commemoration held in Communicado, tortured and dumped in critical condition at Kenyatta National Hospital. 3 others reportedly arrested by police on the same day are yet to be found. These alleged atrocities targeting government critics despite President William Ruto's pledge to end abductions are spine-chilling. Yet, despite the resurgence of such incidents, the president has remained silent, raising troubling questions about his administration's commitment to protecting the rights of all Kenyans. Mr. President, the buck stops with you. The alleged torture and enforcement disappearances of Kenyans by those entrusted with enforcing the law will inevitably shape your legacy. This, according to the Standard. Over to you, CT.
These abductions have to stop.
They do.
They honestly have to stop. If these young people, because they're young, being picked up, if it is being alleged there's something they've done which is wrong, please take them to court. Let them be charged in court.
Yeah.
Yes. If they're subversive, if they've broken the law, take them to court. Those of us who lived in the era where abductions were normal, Nyati House was normal, those dungeons of
Nyayo House
were normal, and then just general disappearance was normal, and you couldn't ask, you couldn't figure out, and for heaven's sake, it is a reminder of those days, and it is a terrible reminder.
PTSD.
Yeah, because you start remembering people who got lost, who disappeared, people who died, and somehow you erase it from your mind because it then reminds you of those terrible days. These young people are not going to forget this. And I don't know why they don't seem to understand. They are fueling the fire. They are adding fuel to this particular fire.
Yeah.
They are not dimming it. If the idea is to scare people, yeah, you'll scare them for some time. Then they'll figure out what? Then they'll become fatalistic. When people are fatalistic, there is nothing more you can do. Now, you don't want a situation where that is how people think. No. If somebody has broken the law, for heaven's sake, take them to court. Let us look at... this is a very disturbing thing.
It is.
It's disturbing as it is depressing.
Yeah. Yep. As you do that, MC Tonje anasema tuned in from Horoni. Thank you so much, MC Tonje. Karibu tena sana. Wale wengine salamu zenyu zinakuja, msiende mbali.
Okay, let us look at the Star. Women rise through Kenya Kwanza's better boost. This is the headlines in the Star. The Kenya Kwanza administration is firm on the empowerment of women as a key driver to inclusive growth. Okay. Okay. Do or die in Al-Kalau as Ruto unleashes full campaign arsenal. I expected nothing less. Dubai, a favorite as counties travel spends hits 13 billion. No, I will listen to this.
Okay.
Bro.
Yeah.
13 billion shillings.
13 billion shillings, City.
Huh?
13.
Dubai, Singapore, China, and East Africa capitals have emerged as the preferred destinations for governors, county executives, MCAs, as counties splurge billions on travel. A review of county expenditure by the Control of Budgets, Margaret Nyakango, shows that the county governments spent 13.17 billion on domestic and foreign travel in just 9 months. This is madness. This is utter madness. Hey!
Ndio.
Huh?
Ndio.
So, House Help loses 1.3 million claim after court finds she abandoned the job. Kenya kuna mambo mengi.
Kenya na mambo.
1 million women receive business grants. What am I talking about? Let me just have a look at it. To one, what it is that we are talking about. Ai gazeti ya Star nasema nini? Star nasema wapi article? I am unable to find it in
Star newspaper.
Yes, well, I'm able to find it in the time I want to receive it. So I will just move on. Okay. Putin makes rare admission on fuel shortages. Kawaida wasemagi.
Amesema hakuna mafuta. Amekubali.
Amesema iko shortage. But you know Russia is an oil producing country. Si ati hawana oil.
Na wako na reserves.
Hawa watu wanakuwa na reserves mingi sana.
Na unajua wanaweza amua pia wasiuzie watu wengine, washikilie tu yote na waendelee kutumia hao wenyewe tu.
Yes, they can. They can, but shida iko mingi. Once that Ukraine war ilianza, and the politics around it pia ilikuweko.
Yes.
Some of the revenues that Russia used to have through the supply of gas to European countries, specifically Germany, ilienda.
Okay.
So there are very many other issues that arose as a result of that. And Russia, unfortunately, are not as good at propaganda as the West is.
Right.
So Russia were always seen as the people ambao wao ndio waanzilishi wa shida nyingi and so forth. And one doesn't look at the other problems that arose that brought about the Ukraine war. The encroachment of NATO and its bases into areas that were closer and closer to countries that were allies of Russia. But that's a story for another day.
Okay.
I want now to look at the Business Daily.
Okay.
In today's paper, we celebrate the top 40 under 40 women, meaning they are celebrating 40 women who are under the age of 40. They are trailblazers who are defying norms and redefining success. Yani kitu iko kwa gazeti, hata kama utaka kusoma utaisoma.
Wameiweka hapo mbele, bang in the middle.
Wameivalisha miniskirt. So hata yes, because it doesn't cover the whole thing. Nakaba tu kidogo tu, so hiyo ni miniskirt.
Okay.
All right. I&M Bank poaches Abdi from Absa Bank. This story we were reading yesterday, ndio? So tunajua mahali ameenda.
Ndio.
Okay, so hiyo tuache hapo tu. Rising interest rates lifts money market fund returns. Rising interest rates on the treasury bills and other short-term debt instruments have helped lift returns offered by money market funds. Sawa? So wale watu ambao wako na pesa kwa money market, mnatengeneza pesa kwa sababu ukinunua hizo bonds, interest imeongezewa, so wewe utamake pesa mingi. Mingi as in mingi sana.
Wacha watu watengeneze pesa.
Ni mzuri na ni Kenya, ni pesa halisi. Tuache hapo. Medical loans now fastest growing for SACCOs. Loans issued by savings and credit corporations, cooperative societies to help households pay for medical expenses are now the fastest growing credit segment of the sector.
Na tuliambiwa ya kwamba hakuna SHA inalipa kila kitu.
Yes.
Bado nimaliza.
No, SHA hailipi kila kitu. SHA pays. There are very many conditions where SHA pays a portion.
What I'm trying to point to, City, is the fact that what was sold is not necessarily what we are getting, and it's not like we didn't know. It's just that it was made to look like we will never do a harambe, we will never go broke because of our medical covers, as far as SHA is concerned.
But also, are we assuming that the people who are taking loans have registered for SHA?
Well, I don't know.
Yes, we don't know. Do we? Yes.
We don't.
It is the same discussion around SHA and understanding what it does, what it can do and what it can't do.
But City, ni ngumu saizi uende hospitali kama Kenyatta kwa mfano, or Pumwani, whatever this and even some of the private hospitals, ni ngumu sana uende upate kuna mtu hana SHA, especially if it is someone mwenye amelazwa tayari or someone who is awaiting medical treatment, like a critical care kind of thing, whether it's a surgery or it's chemotherapy, radiotherapy. Majority of those folks have SHA.
You know, people who have non-communicable diseases, people who are on dialysis, those people know their condition, and those whom I know are on SHA.
Yes.
Okay.
And by the nowadays, if you are on a private medical cover, before you register, they will insist that you have a SHA cover as well.
Yes. And I know that SHA covers, because most people who go for dialysis, they require 3 sessions. Some just require 2, some require 3.
Yes.
SHA will pay for 2. You will pay for 1.
Kitambo, there was this cigarette. It was called Aspen. I don't know if you remember.
Yes. Kitambo.
Yeah. And no, sorry, not Aspen, but Embassy. And the Nini, what is
there was also a cigarette called Aspen, just so that you know.
Yes. But the slogan on Embassy was smooth all the way.
Yes,
they made it look like ukivuta itapita pale usikie vizuri tena sana. What they didn't tell you is that there is also coughing after that. You might get headaches after that, and you will have bad breath for sure after smoking that thing. Yeah. But
and you've begun the journey of blocking your lungs.
Exactly.
Yes.
What they don't tell you is that you could get cancer at one point if you
or some respiratory illness
exactly
will have been invited to come into your system.
Exactly.
You hausemi.
Sasa nilikuwa taka kuilinganisha na venye SHA ili advertisiwa. Ukisikia hata jana Senator Nyamu akituambia hapa, alikuwa anasema she no longer gets calls for harambes za mchango wa hospitali and so on and so forth. I feel like SHA was sold as smooth all the way, but we were not told that, by the way, it is not necessarily smooth. It's only smooth for 5 kilometers. After that, my friend, the road gets bumpy, which is the reality of any cover all over the world.
Unajua, that is exactly how it was sold. But we also hear what we want to hear. The segment that was sold as being smooth all the way ni wale watu ambao wamefika umri kama hizi zangu na beyond. Okay? Na wale ambao wanaenda for primary health care, hiyo ilikuwa smooth all the way, na pia ilikuwa ni bure. Okay?
Yes.
Now, shida iko hapa. The government allocates something like, say, 1.9 billion. The budget, we have around 1.9 billion allocated to this.
Right.
What you then find is that because of the devolved function of health, the county governments then transfer that money from the account of that public health fund. They transfer it into whichever fund that they like. So when people go for treatment, the funding that was given to them doesn't exist.
Yes.
So commodities hakuna, nini hakuna.
Equipment,
Nini.
nini.
Yes.
Kweli.
Yes. So what is SHIF, which was formerly NHIF,
Yes.
works exactly the way other insurance covers work. So umelipa.
Yeah.
Okay? Please check what it can do for you.
Yeah.
Because you'll be told, hii umelipa, wewe unalipa 40,000. Okay. For a year. Okay. Sasa wewe unaweza kupata hii na hii na hii na hii na hii na hii. Ukitaka kuenda gambo, hapa zinaona ngambo, unaweza utalipiwa hii na hii na hii na hii na hii. It is a cover like any other umelipia.
Ndio.
Okay? Sasa kuna ile ya tatu ama ina deal na chronic ailments na vitu kama hizo. Hao ndio watu wa ninio. Again, you need to find out what portion of that, because that is now pre-existing conditions. If you go to health covers za kawaida za private, kuna hiyo pre-existing conditions pia. Sasa ni wewe uamue how you want to pay for the pre-existing nini conditions. Unaambiwa italipa hii. Kama uko na hii, italipa hii. Kama ni chemotherapy, italipa hii.
But it is standard for all Kenyans, because if I remember what Honorable Shakil Shabiria said when he was with us the last time, I remember he said that SHA yake analipanga 32,000 monthly, right? So per year hiyo inakuja pesa mingi sana. Na akasema hii
monthly.
He said it.
No.
He said it.
I'm trying to tell you that that
si unajua hii ni ile means testing So wewe ni member of parliament, kumbuka. Wewe M-Pesa account yako si kama ya nani ya James Otieno pale mtaani.
Wewe tuendelee na mazungumzo.
Right.
The point you're making is a valid one.
So yeye alisema, and yes alitudanganya. Alisema, nakumbuka alisema 32,000, because me I was shocked. I was like, but I remember he's an MP. So 32,000 per month. Then if he were to go to hospital today, he will receive the same level of care as Kimani, who is paying 500 in Korogosha.
Now, what you began with talking about is now where I have to chime in and say, hapo na get confused kidogo, because kuna watu who, because of what they contribute and the arrangement they have, there are certain things they get that other people don't necessarily get. Okay? There is need for there to be clarity about contributions za SHA.
Yes.
Okay? And what it is that you get for your contribution. Ni muhimu watu wajue.
Sawa. All right. Umemaliza gazeti?
No, sijamaliza. Kuna ingine kemkem hapa. UN agency opens audit after 1.5 billion theft in Kenyan project. IFAD refers matters of audit to oversight office. Ethics and corruption implicates senior treasury officials. Unakumbuka hii watu walishikwa? Unakumbuka hiyo?
Nakumbuka watu walikamatwa.
Walikamatwa lakini nilikuwa ni wadosi bro. Okay? Sasa imerudi tena.
Ndio.
Ili tujua kwamba audit bado inaendelea na watu walishikwa. Sasa tunangoja tusikie kesi imeenda namna gani. Ndio hiyo.
Right.
Now, ask that question again. Have I finished?
Have you finished?
Yes.
Guess what? Morocco has sailed through to the round of 16.
Ndio.
Wametandika watu iko kupwa. Wametandika Netherlands. Some of the folks that have scored, first of all, in the full 90 minutes, Diop scored for Morocco. Gakpo, one of my favorite players from Liverpool, scored for the Netherlands. So ilianza na Gakpo at minute 72.
Gakpo anachezea Morocco.
Gakpo anachezea Netherlands.
Gakpo.
Then sasa Diop.
Lazima ni Mwafrika.
Actually, Gakpo is our skin color. But he's
ni wao.
Yes. Alafu Diop, of course, come in at the 90 plus 1 minute.
Diop, you can't be anything else. Wewe ni Mwafrika.
Ni wa Morocco. Uni Diop wa Morocco.
Yes.
So anyway, Diop akafanya ile kitu, so wakakuwa equal
draw.
Sasa wakaenda penalties. Then Morocco has actually beat them in the penalty shootout.
Goalkeeper anashika kushika
3-2. Manzi pale hivyo kuna jamaa anaitwa Kluivert. Kiangai hii nimesema vibaya.
It is spelled that way.
Wa Netherlands.
Yes,
alichapa red akahata. And then of course Timber pia X akahata.
No, ngoja.
Yes.
Kuhata nini?
Like he missed the penalty.
Okay,
so because we are not watching, sasa sijui kama ni kushikwa ilishikwa ama alichapa nje ama alichapa,
but he did not score.
He didn't score. Right. Then there's another one, Somerville, coming from the Netherlands as well, pia yake ikashikwa. Then huku kwingine Ayanui wa Morocco yake ikashikwa pia, alafu Hakimi yake ilishikwa. Oh my goodness. Hakimi is a top flight player.
Bro,
I believe he plays for, if I'm not wrong, I could be wrong on this, I think he plays for Real Madrid.
Bro. Hii ni penalty. Hii kitu imetatiza watu wengi.
Yani Hakimi alihata. Jesus Christ of Nazareth.
Morocco are through.
Morocco have sailed through to the finals. Not to the finals, sorry. To the round of 16.
Yeah, quarterfinals. No, 1/8.
Hii ni rounds tu. Hizi ni round, kuna round of 16. Sasa kutoka hapa sasa ndio wana qualify kuingia
quarter.
Exactly.
And sasa itakuwa round of 8.
Ndio hiyo sasa. Hapo atenda pale quarters.
Sinakwambia hii ni 8th.
Sasa juu tumeongelelea mambo ya Morocco na Netherlands, wacha tuingie kwa news. Then when we return, of course, I give Kenyans their shoutouts. Here is the news with Winnie Maganga.
Radio generation, the sound is fine. Pump it up, turn it high all the time. Let the music move you, let's sway. Radio G's got your jam all day.
Radio Generation, the home of urban soul. This is the Radio Generation News.
Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga. A 17-year-old student at Maseno School has died after reportedly shooting himself with his father's pistol at Mawego National Polytechnic in Homa Bay County. The student, identified as Terry Ken Juma Odhiambo, is alleged to have taken the firearm after his mother confiscated his mobile phone over poor academic performance. According to police, the teenager waited until his father went to take a bath before accessing the pistol and shooting himself within the Polytechnic compound. His body was taken to Karachuonyo South Sub-County Hospital mortuary as police continue with investigations into the incident.
We got an information that there was a shooting incident at Maweko Polytechnic College. Within the compound, a young boy sneaked and jumped over the fence into the beach and committed suicide. He sneaked into his father's bedroom. The father had gone for a shower. He picked his phone and his official gun. The son had a dispute with the parents over a phone. And the parents decided to confiscate the phone because the son was concentrating on the phone other than studying.
The government plans to hire 7,000 healthcare workers to help solve the shortage of staffs in public hospitals and health centers across the country. Health Cabinet Secretary Eden Duale said the recruitment will include 5,000 nurses and midwives and 2,000 medical officers. The move aims to improve healthcare services and reduce pressure on existing staff. Duale spoke during the deployment of more than 6,660 healthcare interns for the 2026-2027 internship program.
When I assumed office, delayed internship postings, unresolved human resource matters, and industrial unrest threaten health service delivery. Please, where you go, serve the community and do not allow any other person to mistreat you. We encourage continuous dialogue with your supervisors and make sure they bring any issue to our attention.
President William Ruto on Monday announced a 30 billion Kenya shillings project to expand Kiambu Road into a dual carriageway from Muthaiga to Kiambu. The project is expected to improve transport, ease the traffic congestion, and attract more investment in the area. The president also revealed plans for a 44.9 billion Kenya shillings investment in Nairobi's intelligence transport system, which will be carried out in 3 phases to improve traffic management and public transport services in the city.
To the north of the corridor, we are preparing a dualing of 23.5 kilometers Kiambu Road corridor from Muthaiga to Kiambu and its bypasses in a US dollar 221 million Kenya shillings 30 billion investment. This project will unlock faster movement of people and goods while opening Nairobi's northern metropolitan region to greater investment.
Authorities in the Democratic Republic of Congo have banned large public gatherings in the capital Kinshasa and 3 other provinces to help stop the spread of Ebola. The deadly disease has so far been reported in 3 eastern provinces, about 1,800 kilometers from Kinshasa. However, the government fears the virus could spread to the city, which has a population of about 18 million people. Some opposition leaders have criticized the move, saying the ban could be aimed at stopping a planned protest march set for 8th of July. And that's the truth on Radio Generation. Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga.
The views and opinions expressed on this program are those of the guests and do not necessarily reflect the views of Radio Generation. Radio Generation assumes no responsibility or liability for the interviewee's views. This is Radio Generation. In the beginning, there was morning radio. But now there is Radio Generation's The People's Breakfast. Curious and bold, getting facts from the shadows.
That's what it is.
Now, as the city wakes and secrets stir, a bright new voice shines. The People's Breakfast. Your morning, your voice, your journey. Good morning.
Good morning, my neighbor!
Welcome to the home of hard truths and bold insights. Radio Generation.
Welcome back. This is Radio Generation. The time right now is 7 minutes past 7 o'clock. So, CT, karibu niseme ingine. CT, nimekumbushwa ya kwamba Hakimi plays for PSG.
PSG ni ile
Yes,
timu ya
Paris
Saint-Germain.
Yeah, man.
Paris
Saint-Germain.
Saint-Germain.
Watu
Okay.
wa Ujerumani kule Paris.
Paris Saint-Germain iko in France, bro.
I know.
It can't be in German.
I'm just joking. CT, kwani ujuangi jokes?
No, najua jokes. I'm just trying to demonstrate that I'm not that ignorant about football. Ignorance iko lakini iko na lead kidogo lazima uweke.
Okay. Let me give a shout out to one or two folks here. There's Proper Chelsea TV. Anasema Morocco wachape mtu alafu tuanze. Sini hivyo. Okay. John Mutu anasema Qatar, niko tuned in listening from TVH. Marit. Good morning, kings and queens. Became a silent listener due to duty calls. Am I the only one? After filing returns, KRA tells you owe them. Kitengela iko locked. Marit, do this. Find a professional accountant to help you fill out these things. Or you can go to the cyber. They usually know how to do these things, ndio usikuwe na hizi ma deficit kila wakati. Eric Nganga amesema good morning Ruto, chest thumping will not be accepted by Kenyans. Sungura wetu in 6 months it will be 2027. B Watt anasema good morning City and Movie tuned in. Dikombo anasema where was Senior City when you host them? City, ulikuwa wapi nikihost Omtata na nikihost Senator Nyamu?
Nilikuwa nyumbani kwangu.
Sasa
walikuwa wanatakaje?
Dikombo alikuwa anauliza mbona ukukuja hapa kusaidia hiyo interview.
Na mbona hakuuliza na mapema? Asking after the event.
No, Dikombo, that show is called The Weekly Roundup on Generation Report, and it's hosted on Monday night at 7 all day to 9 o'clock. CT wakati huo anakuanga amelala ndio akuja hapa asubuhi.
No, 6 o'clock bro, silala.
Nishasema kenye nimesema, hiyo story imeisha.
Alright, sawa. When the manager of my sleep patterns,
exactly.
Okay, sawa brother.
Thank you for understanding. Luis Rudasiko amesema good morning. Henry anasema morning Movie NCT. As I said before, the leader I truly trust is Omtata, while others just talk about odious debt for political mileage. Omtata means what he says and does it. Only him ako kotini. Legal matters. Sasa legal matters hapo sasa wewe enda tu sasa ujiangalie mambo. Nyaga Junior amesema leo mimi kama Mjerumani naumia sana. Danson Kenya, good morning CT and Mbuvi. Bruce Lee amesema morning guys, Morocco won. Yes indeed, Morocco has won. Morris Andati anasema pia Morocco moves to the next round through penalties. Samuel Lumbasi amesema Sami Lumbasi Mutume Kitale watching. Mitume. Oh, okay, watching from Kitale. Morris Andati, what's up? Amesema most were shooting at the goalpost or wide. Victor Lesosian amesema Hakimi ni PSG. Kipkoril Ngulat, good morning gentlemen, checking in. Then John Guge amesema how does City get all this knowledge? City, how do you get all this knowledge?
I read.
You read, eh?
Other people watch movies, and while they're watching movies, I read.
You mean while movies watching movies, you read?
No, you're not the only one watches movies.
City, look, I said it here before, I watch movies. So don't beat around the bush. Just say, while movies watching movies, I read.
Paul, let me just ask this question.
Yes.
Among the sterling qualities you have, you are also soothsayer. Soothsayer ni unaweza kuona the future.
Mbele,
So when I say other people watch movies, you assume you're the only one who watches movies.
Sawa City.
Thank you.
I was making a joke of one of our listeners yesterday said that movie watches a lot of movies.
I also watch movies.
All right. In this particular hour, we want to talk about leaders and whether they are keen at engaging citizens at the grassroots level. With us is an economist. She is also a youth rep, Jamii Imara Mashinani. I am talking about Naipamei Kaikai. We, umeniambia ati mtu anasemanga aje na Kimasai ni endo soba. Enda soba. Good morning.
Good morning.
Karibu tena sana to Radio Generation.
Thank you for having me.
Before we get into the conversation, City has a proverb he will share with you. You will tell us what you think about it, and then we'll talk about grassroots politics. City, over to you.
Yes, our proverbs for the whole of this week come from the Republic of South Africa. No hill without gravestones, no valley without shadows.
What do you think?
No hell without gravestones.
Hill. Come on, Ngong Hills. To say, okay.
No hill without.
No Ngong Hills without gravestones.
Uh-huh.
Yes. And no Rift Valley. They've actually said valley without shadows. Yes.
Okay. Proverbs have a hidden meaning, but let me guess.
By the way, there's no right answer here.
Okay.
Your interpretation, it doesn't matter how broad, will be correct.
So for the first phase, I can relate or interpret it to be there is no stronger growth without a strong foundation. Assuming that the stones makes the hill stronger to stand forever as a hill.
That's very good.
And then the second part, no valley without shadows. There is no success without struggle.
Well, that is very good.
Yeah.
We are not told about the sleepless nights people have, the struggle people experience in every level of promotion or leadership places or just growth as a human being. When we were kids, we wanted to be adults. Now we are young adults and we wish we could get back.
Childhood.
Yeah, so that you just be like depending on your parents. You don't know the struggle of paying bills or waking up every day, Monday to Friday to work. As a child, the only obligation we had was going to school, which we felt was like, I just want to grow up, stop going to school.
But there's also the discussion of independence, of now deciding on your own without referring to your parents. Is that not something that people look forward to?
Yeah, independence is overrated.
I would agree with you completely.
Because you see, we thought like, let me use myself as an example. You will tell your parent there is a I want to do this, and then you ask for money, and you and you want it. Like, you don't give them a heads up of there's budgeting and stuff, and they'll always provide. But now as an adult, you can't just wake up and say, I want to go to the US to watch World Cup finals. You have to budget for the flight ticket, we're going to stay, getting a visa, and all those stuff. But as a child, you will have put this burden to your parents. They would have figured out, because they want to make you happy.
Okay.
So the process of growing up, you encounter things that you hadn't thought about when you were young.
Yeah.
And then you encounter them.
As an adult
and
now.
you realize, goodness, so this is what it means to be an adult.
And now I appreciate my parents more and my family generally, because I was a very demanding child. And they managed to provide it for me. So.
Oh, well, then, very good, very good. Do you have children?
Not yet.
Oh, good. When you get there, you will understand and appreciate your parents even more. Because, in all honesty, there are things which you cannot possibly understand at a certain point in your life. It doesn't matter how smart you are or how quick your brain is. When you get to a certain phase of your life, because of the interactions you have with life, then certain things become, you said, so this is, kumbe ndio hii. Yes. Well said.
Now, about Jamii Imara Mashinani. For someone who's getting to hear it for the first time, maybe you can tell us what it's all about and your role in that particular outfit.
So, Jamii Imara Mashinani is a caucus that encompasses CSs, PSs, CEOs for government parastatals, board chairpersons, and board members and directors. They've come together to be able to engage the public.
Yes.
Because there is a lot of misinformation obviously out there of projects are slugging. The government says A and they do Z. So they've come together and say, look, the agenda obviously for this government is bottom up.
Yes.
So let's go to the bottom, converse with Kenyans.
Right.
Listen to them. All these concerns they're seeing, activists talking about on social media, most of them are misinformation. So they are going there to listen to Kenyans, the genuine concerns of Kenyans, and follow up of projects which are going on. And then because they are decision makers, they are the right people that Kenyans can tell them, unlike politicians. Politicians will always politic, but these guys are decision makers. Like PSS are accounting officers in every state department. So if you have a road that was supposed to be finished 2 years ago, the right person you should direct to is PS for roads.
Yes.
So that you be able to account and say whether Treasury released money for that road or not, or why is it slugging. And then for other issues like SHA, which has always been politicized a lot, Kenyans get to understand that first you have to register to be a benefactor.
Okay.
And
to be a beneficiary.
Yes. Because you can't be a beneficiary and criticize something you're not consuming.
Very true.
So you first have to be a consumer. Then from there you will experience for yourself and be able to say, okay, at this time it worked. At this time there were hiccups, which we understand for OTP sometimes when there are so many people logging in, it delays, which such feedback helps the developers to improve the system.
Okay.
Because we all know that there is no app that is being developed and become perfect
overnight.
Yes, even
some of the biggest ones, by the way, we're talking about the Facebooks and the Instagrams of this world. They had something called beta testing.
Yes.
Before now, they rolled out the stable app, as we like to call it. So yeah, very much agreeable on that particular issue. So basically, your work as Jamii Imara Mashinani is to highlight some of the projects that the government is undertaking, right? And to ensure that mashinani watu wanaelewa. Sindio?
First is to listen to
mashinani. So it's you listening first.
Yes, we listen first to Kenyans about their issues on projects, government policy. Kenyans have a lot of question about different things. So first we listen to them, then we respond, and then highlight the
So when you-
projects in those regions, because each county have different projects.
Very true.
And different things are happening. So we respond to question raised by people in every county differently and highlight the projects. Also because there's a lot of confusion that governors are riding on national government projects. So it's also good for them to understand which are default functions
Yes.
and which one are not.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah.
So, like on the issue of the Imenti Forest, the construction of the airport stroke state lodge, have you interacted with the people of Imenti, and what are they saying?
We have not gone to Imenti yet.
Okay.
We went last year, but not this year. But we are yet to go after, because now we are going fast to 47. We've gone to 31 so far. Then when we finish, we can go back to where we started
So
from.
I'm just Meru County bado.
Meru tulianza nayo huko, but we are going back to Nyeri soon.
Okay.
And then maybe Meru, we will go back. Meru, Kirinyaga are the first places,
Okay.
Muranga and stuff. So we are yet to go there again. So the Imenti issue has risen this year.
Yes.
So we haven't gone there recently. But I'm pretty sure that the involved parties
Yes.
like Ministry of Environment, forestry,
Yes.
and civil society that deals with conservation and sustainability. I'm one of people who champion for sustainability in conservation of the Greater Masai Mara and indigenous life,
Okay.
because I'm an indigenous person.
All right.
So I believe that most of the time the issue we face as a country is we choose to pick a very small portion of the whole situation, and then because it is peaking on social media, we make it our agenda
Okay.
instead of talking about the whole situation as a whole. We portion it, and then we talk about it. We see what portion of this is speaking. Then what is speaking, we forget the rest.
But let me say this: if something is trending, for example, there's a very huge likelihood that it is what is ailing people at the time. Yeah. Wouldn't it be a good thing to just deal with it there and then? For example, Imenti has been trending. People have been to court. The government itself has been to court. The court has pronounced itself on that particular issue. So that means there's something to be discussed there.
So
Yes.
any matter that is in court,
Yes.
is it not the best thing to let the court
Yeah. I'm not
deal
even,
with it?
We won't even get to the details
Yes.
of what the court has said. And that is why I've said people have gone to court. The court has pronounced itself. What I'm trying to highlight here is that is an important issue that demands attention. Someone has got to deal with it because someone is saying something, and that is why people have found themselves in court. Any other projects that perhaps you'd like to highlight for us that you can say that this is something that has been misunderstood? And we'll definitely get to Shah in a short while.
Okay. So first of all, many Kenyans, we have three arms of government, okay? We have legislature, we have executive, and we have parliament. And then we have two different governments. We have national and county government. Most of the time, Kenyans confuses the role of parliament and the executive. Parliament is responsible for all the policies that are being implemented in this country, obviously guided by the Constitution of Kenya. The only work of the executive is to make it to be an act. Okay? So I would love Kenyans to hold each individual accountable in the right way. Not everything is like the president. What about your MP? The president is not an MP.
Yes.
He doesn't go to the floor to argue. He doesn't go to the floor to say this policy has to be passed. His work is after the parliamentarians have done their job.
He signs it
yes.
into law.
So why do you hold accountable the final person and not the person who you chose, you elected? He's representing you. You are the constituent of that place. And then he comes to parliament and says, I was in the ground with my people, and they agreed on this.
All right. Let me tell you why people sometimes will engage the president in that way. For example, the finance bill of 2024 that saw a lot of Kenyans die while protesting.
Yeah.
At the end of the day, the president say that he has conceded after Kenyans went to the streets and they said what they said, regardless of what Parliament had done? Parliament voted for the bill, right?
Yeah.
But at the end of the day, people petitioned the president, and the president said, okay, fine, nimewasikia, I'm not going to sign this thing into law. At the end of the day, the president has got the final say on a lot of things, because if he doesn't sign, and that is why it is left for the president to sign, otherwise we would have said in our laws, why doesn't the speaker, for example, just sign it into law? But at the end of the day, some of these things, and you have said it correctly, they stop with the president. So our MPs, they're only what, 350? We can disagree with 350 individuals. 50 plus million Kenyans can actually disagree with 350 individuals, and they can petition one guy or one woman called the president to actually not assent to that particular law. So I feel like people are in their right to engage the president.
Then why are you not engaging your MPs? You can't have selective accountability. It doesn't work.
People engaged their members of parliament. Unakumbuka wakati wa kusalimiana, watu waliandikiwa SMS, watu wakatumiwa WhatsApp. Some even went to their MPs, homes. People went to parliament. Unakumbuka watu
Did you hear any hashtag that was saying my member of parliament must go? No, people were just engaging the president. It was Ruto must go. So from the beginning, the agenda was never directed to the right person. The president doesn't go and collect public views when these finance bill are being reviewed. By the way, the public is always welcome, which most of the time they don't turn up.
Yeah.
That is another fact. And then they wait when the trend comes up. Yes. They just follow it, because it's like you're telling me what matters is your final sampling, yet the sample I collected was wrong. How do you expect me to give you a positive outcome from the test results in the lab if the sample I collected, you are watching me, you know it's the wrong one, but you can't tell me, hey, Naipame, you're taking a wrong sample. You just like, wacha chukue alafu tutaona results kwa lab. That is exactly what Kenyans are doing. Your MP is there with you, giving you bursary every other day.
Yes.
You don't hold them accountable. You don't ask them accountability of the money they're given, of the roads which are stuck, because there are roads which MP have to follow up for national government.
Okay.
But you wait, then you say, the president is not working. The president say this project should be done, but it's not done. It's not the work of the president to follow up. It's the work of your MP.
Yes.
It's the work of that related state department. So I just hope that Kenyans will understand to hold each
and everyone
accountable, and we stop this selective accountability. It doesn't help anyone. Actually, it just makes things to go slow, and also let a lot of people to get away with a lot of things. Because you see, I think most MPs right now, they know like, even if I do wrong, Kenyans are going to say the president the one who have done wrong. So they keep on doing the wrong things for you guys. They keep on not delivering the results they're supposed to deliver, the development, because they know Kenyans are not focused accounting each individual. They just say the president. Same as counties.
You remember after the finance bill of 2024, sometimes, I think it must have been in December of the same year of 2024, a member of parliament came out and said, hiyo finance bill mulikataa, tulipata njia ya kufanya nini? Ya kuisneak in through individual acts of parliament. That will tell you that at the end of the day, it doesn't matter how much Kenyans engage their MPs. They are probably waiting, and this is just me speculating because I honestly don't know, but perhaps they are waiting for election day to fagia water, like they have been saying. I'm sure you've seen that hashtag somewhere, fagia water, because they feel like I've been engaging. If CT is my member of parliament and I've engaged him, and then at the end of the day he comes and says, no matter what you did, mulienda kwa streets mukakufa bure, hii kitu imefanya nini, imepita. They feel a type of way. So at the end of the day, they will direct the energy again where the buck stops, and the buck unfortunately stops mostly at State House.
Actually, no, the president talks a great deal.
He does.
And talks a great deal on almost every subject. But the focus that we have on the president with regard to everything that happens in this country, in my opinion, it is as a result of a deliberate effort by individuals whom I don't know.
Yes.
And narratives that have been created to focus everything on the president.
Exactly.
If not on the president, focus on everything that this government has done and to label it as not working.
But
that narrative changes over time, but it starts with there's nothing this government does. First of all, there's nothing it does. Then there's nothing it does which is right. Then there's nothing it does which doesn't cost. There's nothing, meaning, and it's the people who are behind it are really good. Because they have focused so much so on the president that anything else that happens in the country which works, nobody even talks about. It's like they wait. Something happens. See? Unaona hiyo?
Yeah.
Unaona hiyo? Everything else is forgotten. In 2009, President Kibaki refused to sign into law the media bill, 2009. He said that that particular bill would work against the freedom of the media. In 2020, President Uhuru refused to sign in a parliamentary wage bill that would give members of parliament a certain pension irrespective. He said he wasn't, just the ever-increasing wage bill, public wage bill. He said, this thing is a little too much. He declined, all right? We come to 2024.
Yes.
Pressure was piled on the president, and he declined to sign that wage bill. But the only wage bill, the only bill that the president refused to sign that we focus on is the 2024. These other two, for me, who works in media, that thing was important that the president refused to sign. Because, my friend, that thing was going to curtail the powers of the press.
But those two laws you've mentioned didn't have people in the streets. People didn't die. People didn't organize themselves in the way they organized themselves in 24.
That is absolutely true. But I am trying to explain something here. 2009 was not 2020.
Very true.
2020 was not 2024. Okay? And each of these cases had a different president. That really is my point. And I'm saying the president was never the focus. In our case here, the president is the focus.
What changed? Are they not the same Kenyans? Or the population changed, they stopped being Kenyans, and now they are Gen Z. Are Gen Z is not Kenyans?
And that's why I started by saying that I believe it's all generations. Forget the Gen Zs. Gen Zs might have been a very, not substandard, but a huge chunk of that population. Substantial, thank you. Part of that particular group. But there are other generations.
I agree with...
my name is C.T. Muga.
C.T. Muga.
Yes.
Mr. C.T. Muga.
Yes.
That it's true. There is a narrative being pushed, but whoever is pushing is also very good at it. That everything in this nation has to be the president is not working.
Yeah.
It has to be whatever this government is doing. They have not done it perfectly. They have inflated the prices. There has to be an excuse.
Actually, it's not even they've done it wrong. They can't do anything right. That really is the narrative that this particular government can't get anything right. Now, you see, if you understand the history of this country, some presidents have goofed. If you compare with the goofing of this current president, this president's goofing is mild. And if you're talking about development projects, the way Kenyans understand development projects, this particular president has pushed development projects like no other president has. I'm saying it so that those who are hearing can hear and can challenge what I'm saying. He has pushed it more than any other president has actually pushed it in the history of this country.
You know, there's some things, yesterday again, as I was having a conversation with Senator Mtata, and he was talking about how much money has been borrowed in the last, and part of the reason why he's in court, the monies that have been borrowed in the last 4 years. And he was saying that it doesn't, if you look at that money versus what is on the ground I make sense. So when we say that the president, the government has done a lot of development, and he said we need to understand that kuna zile developments zimefanywa na county na kuna zile the government, the national government is doing, right? If we look at either of those governments, the amounts of monies, first of all, counties receive. The amounts of monies the national government is spending. It becomes a little bit difficult to see what is being done. Not that nothing has been done. Not that hakuna kitu imefanyika. For example, we are told of roads, right? Like in the Northern Corridor, we are told of, roads. But there are some Kenyans who will tell you they do not feel the effect of, first of all, some of those infrastructure developments. Yes, we've heard of markets. You've heard of markets, right? There are some people who are saying, market ilijengwa hapa kwetu, na hata hatuhitaji market. Tulikuwa tunahitaji borehole more than we needed this market. Ama hii market imejengwa mahali hata hakuna mtu atakuja kununua. Customers wako huko, umejenga market huku. Ungetusikiza ungejenga market huko. So not that nothing has been done. Something has been done for sure. But what is the effect?
Now let me get back to you on the road part first. There is this road that trended a lot. Mogadishu.
Samatar.
Yes. Who the Kenyans who are complaining on social media that road that highway is not helpful are people who are from Kiambu and they have roads. They have been seeing good roads, tarmac roads all their entire life. And then someone from Northeastern is not even given a chance to say how that road is important to them. But the truth is, when you ask someone from those regions,
yes,
like the impact of that road, that highway being tarmacked that is going to connect Kenya to Ethiopia, it's too important to them because first of all, there'll be ease of movement. Those who use public means, they'll not sit in a car for over 11 hours now because the roads are good.
Actually, I understand it's of 30 hours.
It used to be 30 hours, ikashuka ikaja 20 hours. Now you're talking 10.
Yeah.
Okay.
And you can't tell me that a Kenyan who is living within Nairobi and its environ knows better than a Kenyan who lives in Wajir, Mandera, Marsabit. This road is benefiting people living in those rural areas. That is number one.
Yes.
Number two, this will also give us an easy access of trading with our neighboring country that are bordering those northeastern region.
Right.
So for those who can't afford, to put on container and you're going to buy few things, you can go with a bus, buy them and come back without breaking your back because you're so tired sitting for 30 hours in a matatu.
Right.
These are just basic things, but as always, we choose the popular conversation, but popular conversation doesn't mean it's the truth.
I feel like there's also sometimes, not even sometimes, most of the times, there is. Let me use an example to explain this. I understand how infrastructure can actually help a place grow. I understand because I have studied it, I have seen it, we have written papers about it. So it's a good thing to have a road, it's a good thing to have a railway, it's a good thing to have all those things because at the end of the day, when the road is good, we can now start developing that area. However, when you speak to, because we have spoken to people from Northeastern, they will tell you, the road is good, fine. Ile stadium ilijengwa Wajir juzi, amazing. Huko mpaka kuna maji, nasikia watu hapo hiyo area wanapata maji vizuri tena sana. But someone will say, what is our immediate need? There are some children who are dying because of hunger, because of famine and so on and so forth. Chakula hata ile relief food haitoshi, haifiki vizuri. Kuna watu wame hijack your process pia. They're taking the food and they are diverting it to other areas, some even selling it. If the government does not communicate well and explain to these folks, as we try and sort out this drought, as we try and sort out this famine, as we try and sort out these floods, we are also doing this because we are not just looking at today, we're looking at 20, 30, 40, 50 years from today. If that doesn't happen, I can tell you, sometimes that unaweza kuwa unasaidia mtu na mtu unasaidia anauma hicho kidole unampatia chakula nacho.
Now let me answer you about the relief food. Did you know each county has a disaster and relief budget? Did you know that?
I didn't know that.
You should know that. And as those counties
For
in
disaster,
Northeastern, in those counties in Northeasterns, the first person they should hold accountable is their governor.
Yeah.
And ask them, where are you putting our money for relief? Because the national government comes and complement the amount of money. If for example, just the way World Bank does, they usually partner with State Department for Devolution.
Okay.
So the government of Kenya removes a certain amount of money, and then World Bank tops up to ensure that
Wanna boost.
Yes, they wanna boost. It's the same. So the county government, for example, in Narok County for disaster and relief, last year was around
For Narok County.
yes, for
Okay.
Narok County. It was around 70 million. Okay. And then there was floods in some areas and stuff like that. You wouldn't hear someone from Narok will say, the President Ruto did not come and help us this, because the first person to ask is Ndutu. We have to ask the government and say, the budget that our MCA passed for this, where do you put the money? Before we even talk of the State Department for Disaster Management and Relief, which is headed by this very good gentleman from Northeastern, P.S.
Yes.
Ismail. Before we call Ismail accountable, we have to call Ndutu first, because he's our president, is the governor of Narok County. Okay. So those from Northeastern saying the immediate need, the need for national government is to construct highways, which they have done it. And then their governor should prioritize and in making sure that they provide alternative livelihoods for their people, because that is a default function. And then they partner with the State Department for Agriculture and the State Department for Livestock to ensure that they get seeds
Yes.
which are resistant to drought.
Okay.
And then the county will facilitate their part and the national government facilitate their part. But as we said, there is
Yes.
quote-unquote agenda that everything has to be national government is not working. And by the way, those who are saying also the market issue, the market issue, people who are telling you they put a market here and we want it there, they're not business people. When you go to any market that is constructed or upgraded right now and go ask those women in those markets, the advantage of the market, number one,
Yes.
they did not have washrooms. Number one, they were in open market, which when the sun comes, if you're selling tomatoes or veggies,
They
they
spoil.
shrink. But right now they have washroom, they have a space to change diapers for your kid.
Yes.
They have access to clean water, and some ESP market, they have access to internet. This is helping them, given that TikTok is a very big space where people are doing sales and buying.
Yes.
It's helping even right now some mama mboga are online and they're like, me, I'm here and I can cut veggies for you. Some are also saying I can cut potatoes for people from Mount Kenya.
Yeah.
And you just come and pick it and go and cook it and cabbage for you. So those people who are complaining are not actually
Businessmen.
business people who are doing those small businesses in these spaces, because I see a lot of people saying it's too much money used to build these markets.
Yes.
But how much is too much?
But you know, you are speaking of markets that have been thought about, have been strategically positioned, and clearly they have taken into account the views of those who work in that market. So when that market is set up, there are no hiccups. There are projects that are referred to as markets that you look at and you wonder, who
On
on
earth.
earth thought about this thing? I mean, at what point in time was their brain when they were thinking about this? Because it doesn't help with the business that those people were conducting. There is a market, if you're going towards Naivasha, called Sokomjinga. Sokomjinga was translocated to a center which is just slightly a kilometer or two down the road. It's near the road that sort of like takes you now to Nyandarua. What I liked about that is this. That market is in a place where, one, it is off the road, but they've given a lot of space for people to drive into and park. When you have such a market on the side of the road, you already have a problem. Where are you going to park? I looked at it and I realized somebody thought this thing through. And why? Because people would branch off and they go and park and they enter the market. There are projects that when they are thought of and the idea is there, they make sense. But the implementation is where the problem arises.
Yeah.
Because somebody decides that they know better than the people who actually do the business, and they insist on doing it in a certain way. Now, where we come in and where we make a mistake is we now say that all these projects are bad, and which is not true.
Yeah, it's not true.
The issue of roads, there's something that I want you to help me understand. How do you pronounce your name?
In an English way or a traditional way?
No, I want traditional first so that I can get confused.
Naipame.
Okay, fine. Now, pronounce it English. You're
Naipame.
Bas, very good. Naipame.
Unataka kusema neighbor me.
I'm not going in that route. Naipame. What is it about us Kenyans where our propensity to look for the worst and the most negative things is what comes to mind when we think about government projects? When President Uhuru talks about the road that he had built, remember what he was told? Achukue hizo barabara aende nazo kwao. Okay? Hawakuli barabara. Remember that's what they were told?
Yes.
Precisely. You know this Thika highway? Do you know it has reached Nyeri?
Which was designed by Raila.
Yes, it was designed. In fact, the road network that we speak of this country, the implementation of it began with in the Raila, in the Kibaki
Raila regime.
Yes, that's when it started. What we thank the Uhuru government and the Ruto government for, they have continued with
the
those,
implementation.
Yes, exactly. Which is what governments should do. Other places, that project is set aside and they do something else. Why am I talking about the dual carriageway getting to Nyeri? It's for a simple reason. It means whatever was the vision of that project is still being continued.
Yeah.
Nobody talks about it. It is not spoken of at all. We speak of the Thika superhighway, and in my opinion, it was a good pilot scheme. Why do I call it a pilot scheme? That road which then takes you onward to Somalia, takes you on to Ethiopia, is a good idea. But our biggest trading partner in the region is not Ethiopia, neither is it Somalia.
It's Uganda.
It is Uganda. So if you're talking of a highway, where do you think that highway should have been?
Mau Summits.
It should have started exactly, Mombasa, going that route, because you would have opened up that trade route even broader, because now you'd be going to the areas of the Great Lakes, which is where we do most of our business.
And now you've answered the biggest question that he was going to ask about why is the government focusing on this Mau Summit Road.
Yes.
He has just answered, because our biggest trading partner is Uganda, and we don't even have enough road that can give access to all these lorries which are carrying things to Uganda. And when Kenyan says the government has misplaced priorities, I think we have the most experienced person as the driver of this country, given that he was mentored by Raila. They formed ODM. He was the first SG. I think by the time Ruto is becoming the president, he has seen the vision of Kibaki and Raila together. He has seen the vision of his former boss. And he could see like where were the loopholes, okay? Which projects can propel the economy of Kenya for us to be a second-class economy.
Okay.
Which is what even Uhuru wanted, but he couldn't deliver. Remember, Uhuru gave us promises of stadiums. How many did we get? But now Ruto is building the same stadiums because it's a vision that will propel the economy of Kenya. But Kenyans are like, what? Hiyo ni project ya Uhuru ama it's not a priority.
Naipame, we don't eat stadiums. That is what we will tell you.
But then how do we host AFCON? How do we get the best talents to enable Kenya in the first time in history to go to FIFA if we don't have stadiums?
Actually, let me give you another example. There is this, what we call Bomas of Kenya. Remember that one? See, we're rebuilding it. There is nothing that has not been said about it, but with reason. When the government doesn't take the time and bother to explain itself well, then you allow others to create narratives which are explained better, and that's what people will listen to. Why am I saying this? Bomas and the construction that you see was passed in the Kibaki government.
Yes.
That's when it was okay. They said, Tujenge. The Kibaki government did not build it. The Uhuru government did not build it. this government is building it. It is not a Ruto project.
And it's actually building it under PPP, it's not under loan.
Yes, but the problem is once a government has allowed itself to get into a position where people think negatively about it no matter what it does, then you have an uphill task. There are people within government who have helped this particular government get the bad reputation it has. With the utterance, there's some people who, when they open their mouth, I hold my head. Because I know, and I'm thinking, why do they allow this person to speak? Because when they finish speaking, if there had been gains, they have reduced those gains to zero.
Yeah.
Then there's what you call opulence. You cannot, in a country where there are so many poor people, constantly demonstrate that you have money to spend and it's in the millions. The optics are horrible, they are terrible. And again, the people who we see, if they are associated with the government, then we start asking, Kwani? And then the costs. And then we complain in the Huru era of the borrowing. We come to this government, they are borrowing. In fact, what they borrowed in the time they've been, they are catching up with what Uhuru borrowed in 10 years. This government is not explaining that the debt they inherited
It's too much.
They don't have a choice. They have to borrow. They actually don't, but they do not explain it. So those who want to paint the government in the worst possible light,
they get an opportunity.
And there's no challenge. They get, and they continue painting it in the worst possible light. So whatever else that money may be doing, nobody talks about.
But let's go back to Bomas of Kenya. Bomas of Kenya is one of the most greatest projects Kenya will appreciate once it's completed. Right now, yeah, let them critique, let them say whatever they want to say, but the truth is having conference facility that is fully sustainable, there are conferences room, there are hotels within it, a shopping center within it, and it's so close to the Raila Odinga International Stadium for next year AFCON. You just cross, you pass via this Catholic University.
Raila Odinga Stadium is which one?
The Talanda Stadium.
Oh, that's what it's called.
Yeah.
Oh, I see.
Kwa vitu zote umesikia tu Raila.
Bro, so hiyo ndio muhimu.
Na kuenjoy city.
Hiyo ndio muhimu. So I was seeing Kenyans saying, "Oh, why should we have a mall inside the Bomas of Kenya?" And you know, we always say, please try your best to travel to other countries which are bigger than Kenya.
Usiambiwe Kenya hivyo.
No. You will understand why it is important for us to catch up with the rest of the world. Let's just even compare ourselves with Ethiopia. Look, have you seen the development going on in Ethiopia, in Addis Ababa?
I've seen.
You want us to keep on saying we are the gateway to Africa, we are the pride of Africa, yet we are 20 years behind. The world is changing and we have to catch up. And the World Bank Africa rep said, if Kenya is not going to compete and be up to date with a lot of things, Kenya will not be the same pride it is today. He said that in a conference we had early this year.
Really?
Yeah, and the president was there and we were all there following it. So we have to... We have to say whether you guys want to criticize, which is criticism is good, but at least criticize with fact. Bomas of Kenya project is futuristic, is timely, and it is important. First of all, we're going to host AFCON next year. Where are we going to have all these global leaders from the football sectors? And you know Kenya, they love football. They're passionate about it.
We do.
Where are we going to have all these people hosted? Assuming if we did not develop Bomas, okay? Just close your eyes. Imagine you have conference center, KCC. KCC doesn't have hotel room, so we can't count that. Conference in South Beach, it has, and these hotels. Is it enough?
What I want to bring forward is this.
No.
It is good to It is good to have stadia.
You
all
actually
over.
think he's going to answer your question?
He's not answering my question. He's answering another question because he's a Kenyan.
No, I'm actually
Okay.
I'm responding. This is the answer. It's a response. We can have amazing stadia, which is a good thing. We can have all these things that you've mentioned, the conference centers and hotels where watu watakuja kulala wakienda kuwatch AFCON. And trust me, I want us to have the same experience South Africa had when they hosted the World Cup. I want us to have a similar experience as America, Mexico, and Canada are having right now hosting the World Cup. And other countries that have hosted big sporting events such as those ones, including the Olympics. But have we answered the current need for Kenyans now? And I think that is the problem Kenyans are that is what they need answered in the now.
The current needs for Kenyans. Let's just go back a little. Before 2023, Ruto became the president. Do you remember you used to go to supermarket unaambia usinunue more than 2 unga ya ugali?
Nakumbuka.
So tell me, are you experiencing the same right now? Can you just be honest for once?
Ndio ninasema si experience hiyo by the way. Right now I
then
can
the
buy
priority for what Kenyans need, the government has provided by subsidizing fertilizer, by giving Kenyans subsidized seeds. During Uhuru time, we were buying 2 kg at 350. I started farming 2020 when I was still in campus. Okay. So I'm saying this is a matter of fact. In Transmara, we are the third producers of maize in Kenya. After Kitale and Eldoret is Transmara. So I come from where we plant maize like no one's business, and as much as we don't eat ugali, but we plant for Kenyans.
What do you people eat?
We eat meat.
What do you mean?
And other things. Yeah, we eat little of ugali. So
they eat what everyone else in Kenya eats.
When you say the government has not has not listened to the immediate needs, I'm wondering, when Ruto came to power, fuel, people will line up to get fuel in petrol station kidogo. Say you can go even if we have a crisis in Iran-Israel issue with the US.
Right.
No one is lining up. Because the government cares about what Kenyans need.
Let me explain something. If the government doesn't bother to ensure that they are the ones who take hold of the narrative that relates to them, other people will. I come from a community called the Luo people, the Luo nation. Among the negative things that community is known for is stone throwing.
Gonism.
Yes, we are actually rather good at it. Okay? Nobody ever asks how we got there. We were not always that way inclined. Nobody asks the question why we are so vocal, because we are extremely vocal and extremely opinionated.
And extremely intelligent.
We don't have a monopoly on intelligence. That is my view. There are enough intelligent people, sincerely, there are enough intelligent people across the country, but we like academia, and nobody asks, why do we like academia? Why do we focus on academia? Why do we have that value system? The question that I'm asking can be asked of every community, why certain communities are identified with certain traits. Why are Kikuyus identified with money and the love of money? Nobody asks what it is that makes them business people. The Somali community are business people. Why is it that nobody associates them with the love of money the way they do the Kikuyu? Okay? We never ask the why questions, which if you ask, you will understand why certain people are inclined in the way they are inclined. Now, this government, more than any government we've had, has done the worst possible job of letting people know what they do, how they do it, and what they've achieved. They let the naysayers have a bigger say on any conversation regarding the government. So you begin by backpedaling and explaining, but haven't you seen this? Haven't you seen this? Whereas that could have been what started the conversation, so that the naysayers have to combat this particular narrative. But that is not our case.
We have like 2 minutes, and there's a question here from Lucas Misati. Amauliza, ask the guest what Ruto has done about curbing corruption.
There were 5 manifestos in bottom-up economic agenda, same as Azimio. I think it's Azimio which had indicated in their agenda, in their manifesto, that they will deal with corruption.
Even
certain-
UDA had it in their manifesto.
No, UDA had digital superhighway,
Yeah.
which is digitization of government systems, innovation, and schools and whatever. And they have done a pretty good job in their first term. They've done it around 60%. Then they have agriculture, which they have also done a pretty good job. They have subsidized fertilizer, standard seeds. They have brought up Paritram, which was it was giving Kenyans a lot of money during Kibaki time. Then
Right.
Uhuru came and he dropped it down. We used to be the top 3 supplier of Paritram globally. Then we went to 0. Now it's being revived. Coffee farmers are getting better returns. So in agriculture, they've done an amazing job. We have partnered with many countries. Now we are exporting meat to countries that Kenya were restricted back in 2017, 2018, 2019. So also in agriculture, they've done a pretty good job.
Yeah.
In the first term, by the way, we're talking about 4 years. And they have done over 50%. And then we go to health, universal health care. So for universal health care, SHA came, the government didn't do a very good job in communicating how SHA is going to operate differently with NHIF and what are most benefit with SHA. But right now, Kenyans, we are in the same page that SHA is better than NHIF because it gives Kenya access to, it covers more than what NHIF used to cover with the same amount of money you're contributing monthly. And also the fact that you don't have a 6-month waiting period, that is very important for every Kenyan. You just wait for 24 hours. You register now, tomorrow the same time.
Hata kuna watu wanaingianga hospitali
Yeah,
na register
register na
saa hizo.
anapata.
Alafu anasema check me in.
Those are so universal healthcare.
Yes.
I think the government has also done a pretty job. The app is being improved each and every day, so we will get there. M-Pesa did not start when it was that perfect, but right now we are in a space whereby M-Pesa does transaction of 300 million every day, and there is no hiccup in the app. I believe SHA, we are just 23 million adults in Kenya, which covers the rest. It will reach a point that the app won't have hiccups of OTP. The only hiccup actually it has is the OTP response instant, and there's so many people using. And then we go to hospital equipments. This government has equipped so many hospitals. Level 5, level 4, level 3. Even when you go back to the village to that, we call it level 1, we call it a clinic in the village. Yeah, level 2. They have even equipped with emergency bed for pregnant women in case mtoto akitaka kutoka hapo. You can be admitted for a few hours, you give birth, you go back home. You can also be given a drip water in case you have
Dehydrated.
Yes, before the ambulance come to take you to our level 4. So it's something we are seeing now. We never saw it. That hospital tulikuwa tunaitanga clinic. It was just a bushy hospital in the village.
Actually, we did. In the time when I was a much younger person, around your age, hospitals actually worked. You actually went to hospital, got treated, got medicine, went home. So it's not that we've never had it before. We've had a period when the health system had so many issues and so many problems that the memory doesn't remember a time when it was working. So those times are being returned at a time when the population of this country is not what it was when I was a young person.
Yes.
So the demands are much, much greater. And unfortunately, this population is also increasing at a much faster rate than it was increasing when I was a young person.
Yeah, true. So in the universal healthcare sector, the government has really worked well. And for the MRI machines, the county, health is a default function. That one we have to be clear with.
Very true.
So when you go to your local hospitals back in your counties, Kiambu level 4, Githunguri level 3, and you are told go to that chemist and buy dawa, wewe bwana pigia your governor simu mwambie anafanya biashara gani na watu wake, because that is a default function. And by the way, the process of them asking medicine from KEMSA is they write what do you call it, IFMIS, but now it's not IFMIS, is EGP.
Well, ni sawa tu.
Yes.
Your system.
So that system, they request KEMSA and say we want this medicine and then we want this machine, which is their machines they're given under PPP.
Okay.
So if they don't have the money, they can be paying monthly. But most governors, they've chosen to do cat and rat business, monkey business. So every time their hospital don't have medicine, you know what they say? Minister of Health haijatupatia dawa, but you have not prompted KEMSA to deliver the medicine. But you, before KEMSA delivers, you have to pay a certain percentage of money because treasury ishakupatia over 400 million.
Naipamei, tumeishiwa na wakati.
Okay.
But before I let you go, there's a section of the audience that is saying you haven't really answered that question.
Which question? Corruption.
That issue on corruption. What the government is doing to curb corruption?
The government has fully facilitated EACC, which deals with corruption. So EACC is the one which is very slow in following up corruption. But I think for the last 3 months, they're up to the task. They've done a lot. Nairobi County, City County, you saw 17 people being caught. CEC for urban planning, he had 65 million cash money in his house, and EACC caught him. I saw even... Barasa is from which county? The governor Barasa.
Barasa is Kakamega.
Yeah, I saw Kakamega. I saw some people from northeastern counties. So EACC, that is the job of EACC, and the national government has fully equipped them. They've given resources. They have the full power, and in collaboration is with ODPP. But the problem with you Kenyans, you want corruption to be dealt with when your guy is brought, mnaanza kusema ni mtu wetu. You have to choose one. You can't have the cake and eat it. Choose one.
Actually, we can have the cake and we can eat it while having it. But let's bring you back again so that we can discuss this matter of corruption.
Okay. Naipamei, thank you so much. This has been a good one. Tafadhali hii jamii imara mashinani muendelee kukuja hivi ndio tujue hizi vitu mnafanya mashinani.
Tumeanza leo. So because there is a lot of conversation and limited time.
Tunataka uje even for 2 hours.
Yeah.
Time hapa tuko nayo. Hata mkitaka kuja Monday, Tuesday,
my 15 minutes. Sijui mbona mjanirudishia.
Hapana, that is so that we can tell you that ukirudi we will give it back.
Yes. Okay.
Yes.
Tumekwambia masaa ngapi?
Because we have just touched these things. We have not really discussed.
That's the whole point.
Yes.
Hiyo ni sawa, ili ujue ya kwamba mazungumzo ni mzuri hapa. So ukirudi unajua kile ambacho utatarajia. Si ni kweli?
Sawa.
Yes.
And my parting shot to young Kenyans. I am representing the youth of Kenya in having this conversation that the government is working, and where it is not working, it's your responsibility to hold the government accountable because it is our government. There is no government for Kaikai, government for Mbuvi, government for City. You know, this government is ours, whether you elected it or not.
Okay.
So we all have to be responsible in giving out right information. See misinformation tafadhali. Let's give out right information. Let's critique respectively, and let's build a Kenya. And as we say, the Kenya I want is a Kenya that is peaceful, united, and developed.
All right.
Thank you.
That's why we come to a stop as far as this conversation is concerned. But do stand by. The next one is even going to be hotter.
This is the Radio Generation News.
Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga. The principal of Utumishi Girls Academy has been sent on compulsory leave as changes are made at the school following the dormitory fire that killed 16 students. The decision was reached after a meeting between parents and Education Ministry officials. Parents had earlier opposed plans to reopen the school because of safety concerns, but later agreed to allow students back. The school will reopen in phases, with Form 4 students returning on Thursday, July 2nd, while the rest of the learners will report on Monday, July 6th. Police in Marsabit have seized about 3,600 litres of cooking oil believed to have entered Kenya illegally without customs clearance. The oil was being transported in a vehicle traveling from Moyale to Marsabit town. Police say officers stopped the vehicle during routine checks at roadblock after receiving intelligence reports. The search of the vehicle led to the discovery of the cooking oil consignment, which authorities are now investigating. Nominated Senator Karen Nyamu has admitted that inappropriate comments she made about a student in the Senate were wrong. She says she takes full responsibility for the remarks made in May and regrets what happened. Speaking on Radio Generation yesterday, Nyamu says the comments do not reflect her work in supporting women, young girls and vulnerable groups.
It was an outright mistake. First of all, let me say that I did not, if you watch the clip, I did not know there was a student
in Senate at the time.
It was a student, because when the speaker is giving communication...
Oh, you did know it was a student?
I just know, I knew it was a lady. And my remarks were... Okay, I don't want to defend myself and say they were taken out of proportion. I want to say I take full responsibility. It was a mistake. As a woman who has really fought for the safety of young girls, that is not what I stand for.
Leaders supporting the government from Coast Region have continued campaigning for President William Ruto ahead of next year's general election. Speaking in Kaloleni, Kilifi County during events to support various women's groups, the leaders led by Kilifi Governor Gideon Mungaro cleared their support for President Ruto's second term. They also criticized opposition leaders, accusing them of promoting divisive politics.
Alituchukua sote akatupeleka kwa serikali ya muungano, si ndio? Broad based ile ya William Samoei Ruto, si ndio? Na sisi tumekubaliana kama viongozi wa pwani. Safari hii hatutaombaomba na madirishani. Pale baba alituacha, tutapanga serikali pale, tutakuwa katikati ya meza ile ya William Ruto.
Sijui kuna Kalozo, sijui Eugene Wamalwa, sijui Matakarua. Mnamsikia Mungaro yuko pale? Watatupenda kweli? Sisi tusiache mbachao kwa msala upitao.
6 people have been fatally shot at a center for mothers and children by a suspect who was in custody, German police say. The victims, 4 women and 2 men, were all staff members at the facility in the northern city of Stade near Hamburg. A number of other people were also wounded. And that's the truth on Radio Generation. Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga.
Sports on Radio Generation.
Good morning, I'm Samuel Otieno. Morocco beat the Netherlands 3-2 in a penalty shootout on Monday, knocking out the Dutch out of the 2026 World Cup in the round of 32. After a stoppage time goal by Morocco's Issa Diop cancelled out Cody Gakpo's opener for the Netherlands, the teams were forced into extra time in Monterrey, Mexico, followed by a dramatic shootout. Germany have been knocked out of the 2026 World Cup after a surprise loss to Paraguay in the round of 32. Paraguay took the lead just before halftime through Julio and Sisu, before Kai Havertz equalized for Germany early in the second half. Germany later had a goal ruled out by VAR, and the match went into extra time before ending in a penalty shootout. Germany missed 3 penalties, including one by Kai Havertz, as Paraguay won the shootout 4-3 to advance. Mino Gabriel Martinelli scored a late win as Brazil beat Japan 2-1 in their World Cup round of 32 match in Houston, Texas. Japan took the lead in the first half through Kaishu Sano after winning the ball in midfield. Brazil equalized in the second half when Casemiro headed home from close range. The match looked headed for extra time before Martinelli scored in stoppage time to send Brazil through to the next round. And that's your sports update on Radio Generation. Good morning, I'm Samuel Otieno.
Sports on Radio Generation. The views and opinions expressed on this program are those of the guests and do not necessarily reflect the views of Radio Generation. Radio Generation assumes no responsibility or liability for the interviewee's views. This is Radio Generation. In the beginning, there was was morning radio. But now there is Radio Generation's The People's Breakfast. Curious and bold, getting facts from the shadows.
That's what it is.
Now, as the city wakes and secrets stir, a bright new voice shines. The People's Breakfast. Your morning, your voice, your journey. Good morning.
Good morning, my neighbor.
Welcome to the home of hard truths and bold insights, Radio Generation.
A very good morning to you and welcome back to Radio Generation. It is now 14 minutes past 8 o'clock. How are you doing? I need to read a few comments here before we move on to the next subject. Peter Otieno amesema corruption in construction. Lucas Misati, I think nilikuwa nimesoma yako. Peter Otieno, how are you doing? Perceptronium Victor Lesesuyan anasema Kenyans with their obsession with ugali. Yeah, ni kama yardstick ya cost of living city na kuanga ugali siku hizi.
No, not siku hizi.
Kilo wakati.
It has been for a very, very long time. And the other one is sukuma wiki. Yes.
Si unapata ugali na 120? Yes. Then uko sawa. Sukuma ni pesa ngapi? Si unapata na shilingi 5. Then una complain kwa nini?
Yes, it is. Because that, my friend, is a standard fare. That's what people eat regularly.
Yes.
And most people eat it. If you can eat it Monday to Monday, then you say then you're okay. Now then there are very many people who can't eat it Monday to Monday.
Ukikula Monday to Monday hata utaanza kupata nini? Zinaitwa jizi vitu kwa tumbo. Ulcers.
Actually that is not true.
Hapana, what I'm trying to say is bwana usikule ugali sukuma daily.
Well, I eat it daily and I don't have
daily. Ugali sukuma Monday to Monday.
Yes. I actually like ugali and I like sukuma wiki. Yes. Every day.
Monday to Monday.
Yes.
Kwani unaishi high school? Malero alikuwa anakula githeri Monday to Monday.
No, it's called a choice. You see, you choose what you want to eat. Now, this is me telling you what I've chosen to eat.
It's a problem.
And but why are you having difficulties with what I have chosen to eat?
No city. Leo tunaenda kula nyama choma after show. Our guest in studio is going to be talking about powering Kenya's manufacturing sector. He's a chief economist at Mentoria Economics. Ken Gishinga. Ken, good morning and welcome to Radio Generation.
Good morning and thanks for having me.
Karibu sana. Kabla tuingie kwa hii maneno ya economics, wacha sitia kupatie methali, utuambie what you think about that methali, then I ask you about Mentoria Economics.
Thank you.
Our proverbs for the whole of this week come from the Republic of South Africa. No hill without gravestones, no valley without shadows.
Wow, that's very, very powerful. No valley without shadows.
Hakuna.
I would say to every positive aspect, there is an accompanying negative aspect to it. To every positive story, we are told every coin has two sides.
That statement is actually not true. Coins have 3 sides.
Well said.
If you consider the edge to be a side.
It is a side.
Right. Actually, I've never thought of that.
It is a side, yes.
So the bold insights I'm getting this morning.
Yeah, you have no idea. And hard truths.
And hard truths.
Yeah. Interesting. Good stuff. Now, tell us about Mentoria Economics.
Yes, indeed. Mentoria Economics is an economics advisory firm. It's about 11 years old. Our work is to advise clients on the state of the economy, both from a macro perspective, but also from a micro perspective, it's affecting households. And essentially, most of our clients are either fund managers, banks, but also individual business people.
Okay.
We do publish a monthly newsletter. So I welcome people to subscribe to it.
All right.
And we publish it every first Tuesday of the month, covering some of the topics, including what we'll discuss today.
Okay.
I will actually do an opinion piece on it in the newsletter.
Ah, nice.
Yeah.
Before I forget, tell us where we can get that magazine.
Yes, you just need to email us at info@mentoria.co.ke.
Okay.
And our team will get back to you with all the details.
Nice.
Yeah.
Now, economics. There's something we have been discussing here for a very long time. And I just want to understand from an economics perspective, Kenya ina perform namna gani?
The economy has been underperforming. You saw economic growth from the latest economic survey slowed down from about 4.7 to 4.6.
That's not bad. I mean, it's 0.1%.
But GDP growth is actually not the best measure for how an economy is performing. What you want to look at is unemployment and inflation. And these two are connected in something called the Phillips curve. So in more advanced economies, they have to announce the levels of unemployment. Like in the US, every first Friday of the month, they have to announce what's the level of unemployment, what's the level of inflation.
In the US?
Correct.
Every first Friday of the month?
Correct.
Okay.
Those are the two most important indicators. GDP is almost a distant third. In Kenya and many developing countries, we pay a lot of attention to GDP. But you can actually have a jobless growth, where you have growth in sectors that are not necessarily creating jobs.
Yes.
And that's what we face on paper. I think one of the most common questions we often get is, why is GDP growing at 5% or 4%, but we're not feeling it in our pockets?
Yes.
It means it's not strictly tied to job creation.
Okay.
So we need to get the conversation back to what economics is always about,
Yes.
which is about creating jobs and prosperity. And
creating jobs or creating opportunities, because I feel like those are two different things.
Well, when somebody has a job, they have an opportunity to both transform themselves and transform the country.
Okay.
So in that sense, the two are linked.
Okay.
But yes, that is probably one of the biggest misconceptions people have when they talk about, the leaders come and talk about we grew at 5%, then the citizens will go on your page and tell you we are not feeling it. You find sometimes there's a lot of investment in capital-intensive sectors that maybe sometimes don't create a lot of jobs. But what you really need is investment in labor-intensive sectors. That's where lots of jobs are created. So I think we really need to move the conversation back to, what is our level of unemployment? What is our level of inflation? Because that sometimes is often actually, I was just listening to when you talk about inflation and people always match it to the food items.
Yes.
But what most people might actually be shocked to know is actually our level of inflation is actually very low. It's actually subdued. And sometimes people get surprised when they hear that. Right now,
I am surprised.
So actually, the new inflation numbers will be coming in today. They normally publish on the last weekday of the month. The last print was at 6.7. That's what we call headline inflation.
Okay.
And that went up because of fuel and the situation there. But if you look at something called core inflation, that is actually far more important. Core inflation now speaks to your daily, the things you experience daily. That has been at 3%. In fact, the point was at 2%. And that speaks to very weak consumer demand. We have very weak purchasing power. And
that's
very
a bad
weak
thing.
and that's a very bad thing. In fact, if you go that direction for too long, you actually get into something called a deflation, where actually the economy prices are falling. And sometimes people ask, why? What's the problem with prices falling?
Yeah.
Isn't that something we would always want?
Yeah, exactly.
But think about it this way, Mbuvi. If you wanted to buy a vehicle today, let's say you wanted to buy, I don't know what your dream car is. Let's say
let's put it at a Range Rover.
A Range Rover. How much is a Range Rover today?
If we're going second hand, probably 10M.
10M.
Yes.
And if we're going new?
We're talking about 40s.
Let's keep to the 10M one.
Malindi inaweza chezea.
If I told you in 6 months' time that Range Rover will be 8 million, what will you do?
Several things. I'll probably start saving for it.
Most likely, let's say I'm assuming you already
have the money.
Right.
Okay.
So it's 10 million today, but in December it's going to be 8 million. What will you do?
I don't know how to answer this question, so just tell me.
I'll wait for December.
You'll wait for December. Now imagine in an economy where everybody is postponing investments because of expectations of lower prices. It means no transactions. And that's what Japan fell into. Japan fell into a deflation in the 90s, and it had what is called a lost decade. In fact, Japan, if you ever want to know the problems of deflation, you go to Japan. They got stuck in that because everybody thinks things will be lower. So nobody wants to transact now.
But are those the only reasons why people do not wish to transact or to invest? Are they the reason that contribute to that particular thinking? Yes.
Well, typically it's about future expectations. If you know you're going to save 2 million in 6 months, by all means, you'll postpone that. If you need to buy a house, and you know that house will be cheaper in 6 months. So when everybody, you know, they keep saying, saving is a private virtue, but a public vice.
Private virtue, but a public vice.
Right. So savings, if you do it individually, it's very good for you, because when you save money in the bank, the bank is able to make a loan for City. Who will go and spend it
in your shop.
Exactly. But if everybody is saving
and no one is buying,
you're out of business. That's what it's called a public vice.
Let me say this, because
does that make sense?
It makes a lot of sense. Wakenya pia wanangojea, Ramadan offers, so people will hold back and wait to buy things during Ramadan or Easter or Christmas.
Correct.
Because they know, or New Year, or when schools are opening, because there are a lot of discounts around those times.
Right.
But they do not have that net effect you were talking about, because why?
Well, the typical effects you're talking about, so I'm assuming you're talking about like a holiday season.
A holiday season, like an festive season, yes.
But actually, you'll do notice in those festive seasons, you'll do notice when the discounts are offered, even if it's like Black November, you do notice that there is a pickup. But what we are seeing right now is our purchasing power as a country is very low. In fact, that's what we saw in the Black November last year, where even despite discounts, if you don't have the money, you don't have it. Whether you get a discount from 200 to 100, if you don't even have that 100,
it's a wrap, my friend.
So the biggest, if I say nothing else today, the biggest challenge you have in Kenya, and that will affect manufacturing, which we'll talk about, is weak consumer demand.
Let's talk about
consumer demand. That's what.
Yes, weak consumer demand. And then there are all these variables, these factors that keep influencing it. What about our politics? What about the period leading to an election? How does that affect the thinking of would-be investors?
Yeah, so from an investor side, of course, it creates caution. Of course, you end up seeing postponement when people say, okay, let's have this conversation in 6 months' time after the election. But the number one thing that a manufacturer looks at is how big is the market? How strong is the market? Because what is the point of coming and putting a company that manufactures pasta, for example, when the purchasing power for that pasta is actually low, unless you can look at what is the price point you'll be giving. So the number one thing manufacturers face, beyond even the uncertainty, is how strong is that market in terms of affording the products you're about to sell. So purchasing power is number one, and that's what you'll see even in the reports. They'll talk of weak consumer demand. Number two is the issue, of course, of high input costs, where the manufacturer will set it up, but the cost of setting up a factory, the cost of electricity, we'll talk about that later, is actually quite high. If you look at electricity right now, I was talking to a South Korean, and she was telling me her electricity bill in Nairobi is equivalent to $85 equivalent. It's maybe about 10,000 shillings. She was telling me in South Korea, she's paying half of that, about
for
40
the same period.
for the same period.
Why?
And when I looked at my power bill, I actually studied my power bill last week, and 2/3 of it was consumption, but a whole 1/3 of it was taxes, levies, foreign exchange conversion. There's so many line items which I don't even, and I'm an economist, I don't get. So 2/3 of your bill is actually what you consumed. So for her, if it's 10,000, only maybe 6,000 is consumption, but a whole 4,000 is other bills. And she was saying in South Korea, she pays half. Of course, then they have nuclear power. They have 26 nuclear power stations in South Korea. They did it in the 70s. And she said she only pays $85 maybe in the summer when they need AC. But she told me in Kenya she has to disconnect almost everything to make sure. So power is also a big thing. So the cost of inputs. But
wait, this is domestic usage?
Yes.
Okay.
But Paul, if you're talking about the cost of power,
I thought she had a factory.
No. This is
that's a lot, man.
Why didn't you just compare the cost of power in this country and that of a country like, say, Egypt?
Egypt, yeah.
Yes. our power, it's expensive. But let me ask this question. Are we saying that the cost of power, this is an example, isn't really expensive in the country? However, what we load on to the cost is what is expensive. Or are we saying the way we produce power makes it expensive, and that where we talk about power consumption, there is no economies of scale that comes into that discussion? We don't have enough people consuming it, so that the cost of whatever it is that is loaded onto the consumer is spread out.
Comes down.
What are we saying?
It's actually both. The cost of the actual power consumed is high. I think we are at US cents per kilowatt hour, and that number's gone up. I think it went up last week. It was revised up. I think we were at almost 15 US cents. When you look at the Egypt you've quoted about, they're almost like 3 cents, 4 cents. South Africa, 4 cents. So even the actual power consumption is much higher, but also the additional taxes, what we call indirect taxes, the VATs, even those contribute to higher. So it's actually a double element to the high cost of power.
What makes it difficult to understand, Ken, is this. We pride ourselves in being one of the countries on the planet that produces serious clean energy. Okay? It's not that we do not lack the resources for hydroelectric power. It isn't that we do not lack the resources for solar power or any other power that you want to think of. Okay? Why then is it that the cost of producing our power is expensive? What are the components? What are the elements that make it expensive?
I mean, I studied my power bill. Obviously, now that's energy economics that goes into it. I might not get into that. But when I studied my bill, I noticed actually if we can do away with much of the additional taxes, we can actually be in a competitive space. So I think the first thing is, why do we have to have so many additional taxes on top of the bill? That in itself, if we can sort that out, I think we can get much closer. Then now there's a structural part of the independent power producers, because many of them are plugging in and many of them are producing and have to be paid. They also have their own rates, the independent power producers who connect to the grid.
Yes.
Then of course it's cost per each type of energy. Of solar energy costs, wind energy, hydro, thermal is the most expensive. So those are the elements to it. But just to tie it back to manufacturing, these are the costs that make it the high input costs. They shrink the margins of the business. But remember that's like the second point. The first point is the weak consumer demand. That's where a lot of focus, because if you have a strong consumer demand, even if there's a lot of taxation on the products and people can still afford, products will still move. So the challenge is really we need to sort out the weak consumer. And people ask, why do we have a weak consumer demand? Why is our weak consumer demand? And there are many reasons to it. I think the deductions on the pay slips over the last 3 years have really eroded the purchasing power. If you look at affordable housing, it's about 1.5% on the pay slip. If you look at SHA, it's about 2.5%. If you look at NSSF, has also gone up. So you find the pay slip that you're taking home.
Yes.
The deductions compared to 2022 are much more. Now you compound that over millions of people, it means now you have reduced. So that is the number one thing our policymakers have to think hard. How, and of course inflation continues eroding the purchasing power.
Yes.
That is the number one thing policymakers have to think. How do we raise the purchasing power of Kenyans so that if I'm manufacturing biscuits, the price point, have you noticed almost every product is shrinking in size? I don't know if you've noticed when you go to the supermarket. Things that
maziwa squeeze, it's not 500 ml, it is 450.
Even controversially, toilet paper. I don't know if you've noticed.
Toilet
paper.
Me, before I buy the brand that I buy,
right,
I have got to check the number of sheets that are in that particular tissue paper. Kama ijafika ile namba nataka, sinunui hiyo, natafuta mpaka nipate. And you know they keep on changing every other month. You might think what you bought last month is the same this month. Changed.
I think you are more of an economist than I am.
I am actually.
I don't go to that level. But that is actually called shrinkflation.
Yeah.
when the manufacturer realizes that, there's a limit to what you can spend. Meaning that if they want to sell you a product, it has to fit within that price point.
Yes.
So instead of adding costs to it, what you end up doing is reducing
the
quantity. So that's why you find everything you go, you find all this Coke Mwala, all these products targeting, because they realize when you touch price, we are very price sensitive. Actually, somebody was saying Kenya is one of the most price sensitive countries in the world. So if you're a manufacturer, what you do is you reduce the quantity. People can sort of negotiate with a lower quantity, but they can't negotiate with
price.
Even if you look at bread,
It has shrunk.
How that has shrunk. So that tells you the purchasing power has been there. So manufacturers have to now try to get the same price points but smaller products, which is quite unfortunate because it was never actually meant to be like that.
Yeah. Even for the folks who consume alcohol, if you check, there are some brands. It is still the same 750 ml, lakini alcohol content imeenda chini. Ile ABV, alcohol by volume. And we've now got into that particular there's a country.
Right, Paul, it has, doesn't
but
it?
so unanunua unga na 120.
Paul,
so you leave the restaurant as you came in.
I actually decided at a certain point in time, I am not going to preoccupy myself with some of these costs. I take note of it. I take note of the fact that it has increased, and then that's it. I do not bother with it thereafter. Because my bothering with it will not change the price. So I do not. If we look at the structure that helps us produce and receive electricity, can it be argued that it is not perhaps the most efficient, as in it has aged and it has not been updated? Or that whatever is required for it to be able to provide for the numbers of people that we currently have as a nation has not, just a process, has not kept up with our population or the demand? Or because it's something we don't understand, now this is conspiracy, we are charged willy-nilly and you're not going to figure out why it is you're being charged, because after all it's electricity. Because you don't need to increase the cost of electricity by very much. Given the number of people who consume it, even if you just add 10 bob, it amounts to a colossal sum at the end of the day.
I remember the time the government had the last mile electrification connectivity, and which I think was a great idea because you're trying to get as many people connected to the grid as possible. But I remember energy experts saying that it had its own challenges, because that last mile, the demand, the kinyozi you'll have in the northern frontier, that last mile, compared to the cost of taking it to him, were not adding up. That's what people were saying. But the work of government is to provide public goods. It's not really to look at profitability per se. The work of government, private sector, the work is to look at profitability. Public goods, government is looking at things of equity, things of access. And that's where I get a bit worried when sometimes we try and privatize some of our infrastructure plans, because from a private angle, it's all about profit and loss. But as a government providing public goods, your question should be, there are counties the areas in this country that have never had power, yet they can't do any, even light manufacturing, even light. So I think for me, if energy infrastructure needs to be heavily within the public sector, and as much as you are moving things towards the National Infrastructure Fund, and there'll be a lot of privatization in a way, because it'll be private entities, what we might lose is now the social outlook, where government says, yes, it might not be profitable, but it's still meaningful to have everybody connected to the grid. And I think if we lose that and we look at everything from a profit and loss, in a sense, we'll end up repeating the mistakes of session paper 10, number 10.
Of 1965.
Exactly. Where things were only going to what you call profitable entities. So I think it's very important, especially even now as you talk about Safaricom shares going being sold and money being put into the infrastructure fund and energy projects being rolled out,
yes,
the energy projects that will be rolled out will be only projects that are profit making, because it's a private company. So the question somebody will ask is, what about? And that's why the challenge, when the Treasury went to give presentations on the National Infrastructure Fund, you could see MPs from the far-flung areas were like, okay, our areas may not be profitable,
yes,
but we're still Kenyans and we need to be on the grid. So for me, it's very important government still owns things around. Otherwise, if you reduce everything to a profit and loss, then you'll end up marginalizing a lot of the country.
Let me ask, why is getting electricity to certain areas very expensive? I understand that whole issue of, so now we have to step down the power, then we have got to look at but I'm looking at it from this perspective. This thing is government owned, right? Government can just say, and again, this is just me thinking like a layman, so help me understand this thought if it makes sense. Si gava inaweza sema tu tutatoa tu cost yote ya kupeleka hiki kitu huko hivyo, because it is ours, we might as well just take it there anyway, then start charging people from there. For example, I have a relative who needs power brought to his homestead in Chags, but apparently bringing that power there will cost, I don't know, 150 Gs. And I'm asking myself, why? Si nikweka tu kikingi pale na kweka kikingi alafu waya ipite hapo. Help me understand, why does it cost so much to pull power from maybe even a distance of, let's say, 200-300 meters to bring it to your homestead?
That's a good question. I think, first of all, historically, there's a political economy element to it.
Yes.
Also tied to roads, where, and you'll see it next year, in areas where people are looking for votes. They'll be like, my manifesto, I want to bring power to these areas. So there's an element where politics has also
played a role
where somebody says, I'm the one who wants to bring power. So it's a fantastic campaigning tool, and you'll get votes. So there's a political element to it. There's also the issue of looking at what are the fixed costs and what are the variable costs.
Yes.
Sometimes the fixed costs to them could actually be significant, especially if they don't see promises of like factories coming up. So even from a Kenya Power perspective, they'd be like, where do we get revenue in that area? The costs, because even they have to sort of balance their books. We're going to make an expenditure, but where will the revenue
come from?
They'd rather put it in areas where there is a big industrial footprint, where even a small investment means a lot of revenue. So there's still that element, even within, people
isn't that discrimination?
There's a time people kept asking, how can Kenya Power be a monopoly and still be loss making?
The same thing people ask. But anyway, yes.
At that time, so I think those are the complexities to it. But of course, you need a Kenyan economist to come and break down the energy aspects of actually taking
this part, this place.
Because you're right, it's been 60 years. And there is no reason why any part of this country.
There was an explanation that was given here some time back. We had a conversation with someone from Gava, and they said, look, does it make sense to take power to, let's say, somewhere like industrial area where we shall have these companies, making water, kuna watu wa biscuits pale, watu wa juice pale, watu wa plastic seats pale. Ama tuilete kwako, mali kwa keja yako tu, it's only the TV and the radio that is consuming power.
No, that is, it's a lame excuse.
But you remember that conversation?
I remember, but it's nonsensical.
So when that kind of argument is made, so you as the Kenyan, you're just sitting back and thinking...
it is nonsensical.
Because in my house, it's only a TV and a radio.
When every Kenyan has a factory that produces biscuits.
No, of course not. But when you see when they ask it that way, pia unashanga guy.
Paul, if you look at the segmentation of that particular industry, let me call it an industry, prior to us segmenting it, where we have Ketrako, then there's Kengen, then there's
Kenya Power,
and Darkness. Before we segmented all these things, it was Kenya Power, okay? Just look at the number of scandals Ketrako has had. And what is their job? This thing of putting infrastructure so that power gets the way it is. Someone talks of Northeastern as though it is in a different planet. You have independent power producers. Those generators have run on diesel. Is that not so? They supply to the national grid. So if you have a problem with the so-called power lines and pylons and what have you, what stops you from having an equipment such as that one posted in that region to provide power? Because after all, it provides power in other parts of the country anyway. The discussion, in my opinion, should center on the innovation and finding effective ways. If we find it expensive, Ethiopia is closer to the northeastern Kenya. They produce power. Why don't we buy power from the Ethiopians and provide it to that particular nation? If you look at the way we transmit power, it will shock you. Before you get power, let's say I come from Muhoroni.
Yes, you do.
Yes. We, the power that we get, if you know where it travels from and the journey it takes before it comes to us, and yet the place it comes from is actually very near. So this is a question I asked the MD of Kenya Power. Explain to me this logic. For instance, you are in Nakuru, the power you are getting is from Kindaruma, okay? If you are to travel from Kindaruma to Nakuru, it's very straightforward. Okay, so why must the power go to Muhoroni? Because there's a substation there, and then it travels to Nandi, okay, and then it goes to Nakuru. Why? Why can't it just come to Nakuru?
See, because they have to step down the power.
You can step it down from Kindaruma to Nakuru. The point I'm trying to make is, we have a system that has existed and made sense at the time it made sense. All systems have to be upgraded. It doesn't matter which one you're talking about. The way we supply our electricity has not kept up with the demand and the times. So every time we keep talking of the cost of it, the cost of it, the cost of it, it never actually genuinely gets addressed. We just keep talking about it and we just keep talking. And the question that has often been asked from time immemorial, this is a monopoly, for heaven's sake. How do you make losses? And then the question is, so is this company actually governed, or are there individuals who own it? Again, in true Kenyan fashion, nobody really tells you. You ask that question, you're then told, you see, what Ketraco, you've asked about who owns it. Ketraco has recently bought anything, Nani, who asked you about Ketraco? That company is notorious for cancelling contracts with companies they have had, they're taken to court, then they pay.
Okay.
That same company has had people in senior positions of procurement and even the top management. When somebody is blamed for 13 billion shillings, you wonder, what did you do to cost the taxpayer 13 billion shillings?
Yes.
Another one has wealth they can't explain. Okay? And the wealth is estimated at 6 billion because they were in the procurement arm of Ketraco. Then you wonder why your electricity cost never goes down. There's a problem with the system, systemic as they call it. But beyond that, the production of electricity and the supply is not rocket science. I may not understand it in details, but I know it is not rocket science. It is something that can be explained and it can be understood.
True.
Okay? Why did the Kibaki government seek to ensure that 150,000 that you're talking about?
Yes.
Why did they say no? You are not going to charge that amount. Find the bare minimum cost of providing that electricity. As people consume the electricity, you can load on the cost of whatever it was onto the power over a period of time. It made sense to me. Now, if that is what has been loaded, when we're talking about the last mile connectivity, are you telling me that even with the advent of the county governments, that we don't have a situation where there are enough people who earn enough money to be able to consume electricity where previously they did not? What you hear instead of counties owing Kenya Power so much money that even the street lights are being switched off. So, when we talk about the cost of electricity and the problems around it, every other issue that is related to it must be understood.
Actually, Ken, why are we not using solar power? A country like China that has really harvested the sun, and yet I was actually just looking at the map to confirm really watu wako huko north bana mali kuna baridi, but they are consuming solar power like nobody's business, yet we tuko hapa kwa equator where the sun hits the most, we are unable to use it to manufacturing levels. Why?
No, absolutely. I think we've made major gains. I think right now we are seeing a lot more homes are being powered by solar.
Yeah.
In fact, I was being told now it's not just about basic lighting, but you can actually have a whole home with powered by solar. And the gains that have been made have been quite. I mean, the Chinese have done an incredible job. Even if
we are using their tech in Nairobi,
using the technology. If you look at the panels, even on a cloudy day, it's amazing how much power they're able to conserve, recharge batteries that can power at night. If you look at the vehicle space, cars like BYD.
Yes.
10, 12 years ago, Elon Musk used to laugh at the word of BYD. Now BYD is among the top 10 manufacturers. And I see it in Nairobi.
Yes.
Very good vehicles. In fact, the amount of electric vehicles China has produced, somebody was saying if you would line them up, they could make a line from China all the way to Europe. That tells you how many, and that was just last year alone.
Yes.
That tells you how big it is. So there's a revolution taking place. Of course, there's some structural issues because we've been tied to fossil fuels for such a long time. The political economy, we are stuck in this G2G type of arrangements,
which no one seems to understand.
Exactly. But that's what spaces like this are all about. Questioning maybe things that might have worked in the past but are no longer relevant. That's what economists, that's what policymakers should be doing. Something might have worked 20 years ago, but the dynamics, the demographics, and I like the example City has given. So I think those are some of the things. We have a lot of outdated policies in this country because previous generations, I keep saying Kenya's political economy moves in 30-year cycles.
What do you mean?
So the British come in the 1890s. It takes 30 years before the first African resistance to colonial rule. These are the 1920s, 1930s. These are the Harithukus of that generation. It will take another 30 years before we get to the 60s, and now it's about independence. So the Jaramogi Ogingas, the Jomo Kenyatta, for them it's about the colonial master leaving the country and the public service now being run by Africans.
All right.
It would take another 30 years into the 1990s now for people to want multi-party politics. So it's that generation of the Orengos, the Karuas. For them, you cannot have pluralism is an important part. So for them, it was about pluralism.
Yes.
Now we finished another 30-year cycle.
We're now in the 2020s.
And the concern of this generation is about job creation. And that's why they're asking questions on our economy. Much more. It's not that the economy never existed in the past.
It's been there.
It's been there, but it was never a priority. Previous generations, it was about African resistance. Another one, gaining independence. Another one about plurality.
Yes.
But now they're saying we have independence, we have multi-party. But why am I studying actuarial science at the university and I'm going 3, 4, 5 years tamarking? So the concerns of this generation is about jobs. And that's why even the Gen Z are reawakening. It was to question some of these policies that in the past were never priorities, but now for this generation it's about priorities. And I think that's a beautiful thing about now. All the questions, whether it's energy, whether it's what they call the open skies initiative with the airlines. The open sky means international flights can only fly into the capital.
Yes.
Then domestic flights take them. But what if somebody wants to fly from London to Mombasa? So these are the things that have to be refreshed. And this is a generation now that is now keen on job creation. And that's why I think it's an exciting time now. In as much as it's very unpredictable, we are going to challenge how is our power produced. We want clarity on these things. And I think we're going to see so many things changing over the next 5 years because now you have the internet. Nobody will lie to you. Just pull up a map. You ask very basic questions and no government official
why
now.
We are here and these ones are here and they have more power than us.
In the 90s, you couldn't do that. Exactly. If somebody tells you about the Strait of Hormuz. Exactly. So for me, this is a very exciting time. And I think these are the things that now every ministry, not just the energy, not just manufacturing, people are asking, why can't we be like these are the countries that are prospering.
But the discussion about manufacturing always goes to big factories. I mean, must manufacturing begin with a big factory? We have small-scale businesses, the so-called we call SMEs. By the time you get to be as big as Mabati rolling mills, and yes, and you're making sufrias and the like. Sufrias and the like are also made by the Jokali industry. Should the focus, given the place the so-called informal economy has in this economy, the very strong pivotal position it has, should there not be a focus on how we graduate this economy to the next level? Because that automatically means, one, more people are involved, more people can be employed. And if more and more are employed, it means whatever it is that is produced over time, given the numbers of people doing it, all these economic effects that take place where you find, because of the competition, the price somehow gets regulated downward, the people benefit, more people are able to get, whatever it is that happens. Should the focus not be on something we have, which exists, and which actually now needs to be taken to the next level?
That's a brilliant question, CT, and actually addressed it in our last newsletter. I don't know if Stephen shared it with you. So basically, something very interesting happened last month. There is a famous economist. He's a Turkish economist based at Harvard. His name is Danny Rodrik. And 15 years ago, he was very enthusiastic about manufacturing. He wrote a paper called The Manufacturing Imperative, in which he argued that countries should be aware of the many job opportunities that manufacturing 15 years ago. Now, last month he wrote a paper saying he's changed his mind. Basically, that paper was called My Skepticism on Manufacturing. And he said, and he gives various reasons. He said, the manufacturing we saw with the East Asian tigers of the older generation was able to absorb very many people in the past. It was actually very labor intensive. You could get very many low wage earners. But the way manufacturing has evolved today, it's become very high tech, very AI driven. So the job creating capabilities, especially in developing countries, he argues, have significantly reduced. So basically all these people are saying, let's look at the East Asian tigers. He's saying that type of manufacturing has ended. Now we're in a very high tech. So he says, that's not going to work. And it took him 15 years to be convinced. So now what he's arguing is exactly what Citi is saying. Let's look at what are called non-tradable services, because the typical manufacturing export-oriented model is, let's come up with a factory, let's build these items, let's export. And he said that model is no longer viable in today's world. So what Citi is saying about smaller, more vibrant communities engaging in economics, he called them non-tradable. Non-tradable services are services that you can't export. This could even be your baba. They're called non-tradable services. But he says there's a lot more opportunity to absorb a lot more people into job creation than in what we saw in the past. So some of the examples he gave was a country like Mexico. Mexico is very close to the United States, as you'll see from the map. And he said the typical export-led model should have actually raised Mexico's standards, because they're the doorstep of the US. So if they'd followed the traditional model, Mexico would be a very wealthy country. But they're not. It's actually been underperforming even by Latin American standards. So he says we need to rethink. Manufacturing has become very capital intensive, but what we want is labor intensive. That's what will get people back to work. People will have savings, and people will have purchasing power, which is important. So it's a major shift in thinking. Of course, he's gotten a lot of opposition. People are saying he's ignored China, the China story, all about export-led growth. But even if you go to factories in China, the technology component has significantly increased. So I think what you've mentioned about smaller, more domestic entities, those ones I think is actually the new, and I actually support it. I think that is where more people are, and I think that's where more transformation can actually happen. So I think it's for me it was a breath of fresh air.
In the 60s and 70s, the economies that Danny Roderick speaks of had growing populations.
Exactly.
They now don't.
That's it.
We have growing populations. So it doesn't mean we have to follow one model. You can even combine the models where it works. But people tend to resonate easier with something they're familiar with. If you grow that which people are familiar with, over time, and it becomes bigger, it will still meet, it will be aligned to the needs that people have. And that, in my mind, makes for far, far, far better economics.
The challenge we have that supports the old model, where you have massive infrastructure being put in, what really ends up happening is you have three people who benefit the most. Number one, you have, of course, the politician who can point to a massive project,
a massive structure, and say that one.
And say that was me, because we like this thing of tangible. What tangible thing? So you can point to that thing. Then you have government officials and contractors who are going to get kickbacks from those projects. Then you have the financier. People forget financiers have targets to lend.
They do.
So even they get to check. So it's a very unholy trinity.
Yeah.
That's in those mix. And that's why what you're saying sometimes is so hard to push. Because where will the politician...
The enablers are the ones who will... It will be stillbirthed. They will not allow it to grow. And yet, the effect it achieves goes beyond that particular model where you build this monolith of a structure. You know why? It keeps growing. And when it keeps growing, it means even when you're talking about the transfer of technology over time, but it will come in at a level that people can relate to. And that model, this particular model we're speaking of, in a country where the population keeps growing, it has no option but to keep growing. So even when you talk about GDP, because GDP is actually not representative, as you say correctly, of what's happening. Because if you have, let's say, just 40 people who are very, very wealthy, and you're doing the maths about the gross domestic product, you include them as well. They'll bump up the average, and it look like we're doing very well, and actually in reality, that may not be the case. But this other model then takes care of those who are unemployed, and it takes care of a trajectory of understanding of how incomes can grow, livelihood can change. Everything about the economy can actually change upward. You can actually see it.
Yes.
And you can actually see the progression.
So there is some new information that is coming in that is now confusing things even further, or even making it exciting.
How so?
And I like how you are pulling up your map, and can pull it up one more time.
Okay.
There's a new paper that's coming up. It's very, very recent, very hot. That says Kenya is the best country in the world to launch space satellites. The best country in the world.
Who's coming up with this idea?
Actually, there's a PhD student.
The astronauts.
There's a PhD student in the US who's done his
research.
Why? Number one, you're on the equator.
Yeah. We spin the fastest.
Exactly. And even the distance to orbit, the fuel you need is less. Number two, this student, he showed that for you to have a good space facility, you need to have a large water basin that's to your east.
Okay.
Which
Indian Ocean.
Which Kenya has.
Okay.
And he made other calculations. So basically he said Kenya is, there are about 13, how many countries on the equator? About 13, 14?
Yes.
But he said Kenya was the best. We have those two.
Yeah. Hawezi enda hapa kuna shida. Hapa kidogo itakuwa tricky. Si hata wewe unajua hapa ni kuna shida kubwa. Sasa hapa ungeenda, lakini siasa pia hawa kidogo hapa kwa maneno ya pirates inaleta shida. So the only place you can go.
Now, I believe in Malindi there's already a small setup.
It's been there for a very long time. The Italians have had that station for a very, very long time.
Right.
Yes.
Now imagine if you can get now proper investment. You talk to the Elons of this world and say, instead of wasting money in Florida, where there are lots of hurricanes, and another thing, you have stability. We don't have hurricanes.
Our climate, yes.
Is very stable. Imagine how much investment that would bring to maybe the county, one of those counties there. And imagine how that could build up, support ecosystems, because before you build these things, there are many ecosystems that will support these.
Just think of the HR, the human resource.
That's it.
That by itself, yani, na unajua utapata Wakenya wengi wanataka kufanya kazi pale.
That's it. And our human capital is one of the best in the region. One of the reasons companies love Kenya as their headquarters is our human capital. It's very competitive in the world. So there are many opportunities.
Yes.
But back to what Siti was saying is sometimes it's the small is beautiful. The Juakali person, if you can organize them in a sustainable way, eventually they build economies of scale and can actually graduate to the next level. So I believe there's a lot of opportunity, but as your motto says, it's about bold insights
and hard truths.
Yeah, and hard truths.
But as we conclude on this conversation, where does the government come in terms of policy, regulation, to ensure that we can actually have sustainable power?
The government's role is to enable a good business environment. The challenge you have in Kenya is government wants to do business. So conflict of interest is Kenya's main problem.
You want to tell me government can't do business and still...
No, it is not positioned
government
to do business.
is there to provide what are called public goods.
Okay.
Things that the private sector cannot provide. Justice, law and order. No private sector company can provide you justice.
Okay.
No private sector company can give you law and order. These are the elements. So when I see the judiciary being underfunded, or even more closely speaking, for the first time in Kenya, we are spending more money in affordable housing than on building roads. Roads is a public good. It's a public infrastructure. Affordable housing, in as much as is an ecosystem to it, you're still providing private goods to people.
Okay.
So you almost have flipped everything. You've neglected your public infrastructure role and you're going into the private. In fact, I hear real estate people saying this affordable housing had started as with a target segment, but it's entering everywhere.
Yeah.
So for me, the role of government is to focus on public goods that cannot be done by the private sector.
Okay.
Military, security, border security. The rest allow the private sector to do it. The problem we have in Kenya is government wants, it's the referee that also wants to be taking the corner kick.
Okay. But Ken, if you look at the Far Eastern countries, where there's the Asian tigers and so forth, many of their successes have to do with government involvement, not control. Not control, but involvement. Where they will fund. They don't run the business, they don't do the business. It's not a government business, but they do have a phenomenal say in what goes on. Talk about any of these big companies that you find in the Far East. There's government involvement.
There is. I just came from Morocco about a month ago, and congratulations to them for qualifying for the next round of 16. And we were up in Casablanca, and we were taken to the major, what you'd call the EPZs, an equivalent of an EPZ in the Tangier, and they export manufacturing, they export vehicles. The biggest exports, Morocco's biggest exports are vehicles to US, to China.
What sort of vehicles?
Stellantis, those type of vehicles. So they have a big, what our EPZ does.
Do they manufacture or do they assemble?
Manufacture.
From scratch?
From scratch. That is where they've reached. And of course, government played a big role to that. They've gone beyond assembly. So you find the Stellantis, they have set up there. They export Innovad of OCP that does fertilizer, phosphates. OCP is a behemoth in Morocco.
Fertilizer company.
Yeah. The largest. Morocco is phosphate.
Ni wale tulikuwa tunanunua fertilizer kutoka kwao.
That's it.
Ile ilikuwa kwa ile madrama.
Don't get involved. But
yes,
to tourism is one of their biggest. They get 19 million tourists a year. We get 2.5. Yet Kenya has,
and we're very happy.
Yet Kenya has so much more to offer.
We do. We have infinitely more, actually.
A lot. So for me,
wildlife come as easy.
That's it. So for me, yes, they invested in these things. But when I talk to a lot of people, they say yes, the big entities do well, and those entities are very capital intensive.
Okay.
But unemployment starts creeping in. But thankfully, they have also pushed up their tourism, because tourism is very labor intensive.
Yes.
So they're from the lowest hotel to the highest. Cristiano Ronaldo has a hotel there. He's invested.
Okay.
As
In
a hotel.
Morocco.
Yes, in Marrakesh. So for me, it's looking at sectors that can get people working, getting labor intensive sectors. And for me, Kenya has a massive opportunity because we have a lot of smart people, but the economic policy, back to the role of government. So in as much as City might say the government needs to get involved,
yes,
there's something called competitive advantage, where the government just says, what is a competitive advantage of this region?
Yes.
How do we enable that competitive advantage to rise? The issue of getting involved. Government should not be running bombers facilities. Government should not be running hotels. These are things of...
But he is right.
These are things that are private sector. Private sector have shown they here, but they even controversial with things like airlines. I learned that South Korean Airlines is a private entity. America has no national.
No, they don't.
But we know that Deltas and their Spirit Airlines.
Exactly.
They don't have national airlines.
So it's government to issue things of justice, law enforcement, contract enforcement, that if somebody wrongs you, you can go to court and get justice. And that's surprisingly the area that we're under.
You see why government involvement, in my opinion, is important. Capitalism given free rein gets rogue. Yes.
That's where
justice and regulation comes in.
Yes. Government involvement is a great contributor to that, because the interest of the citizenry is taken therefore in that investment, because it's not government wanting to control the industry. No, it's actually public participation in that business. But we will bring you back so that we can have this discussion. Yes.
Ken, thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
Nimeona mpaka mafans hapa YouTube. Ulikuwa umelipa wangapi?
Sijaongea na mtu yeyote.
Nimeona wakisema that you know your stuff. So please make time, come back, and let's continue having this conversation. And I'm more interested in how we can actually produce energy from what we already have. We have a lot of trash. Uko Dandora uchafu inaendelea kumea, imekuwa mlima sasa. Tunafaa kuguza hiyo mlima, si ndio? Haya, so this turn by here's the news with Winnie Maganga.
The sound is fine, pump it up, turn it high, all the time. Let the music move you, let's sway. Radio G's got your jam all day.
Radio Generation, the home of urban soul. This is the Radio Generation News.
Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga. All ambulances owners and operators in Kenya have been given until July 17th, 2026 to register their ambulances with the Kenya Medical Practitioners and Dentists Council or face legal action. In a notice, the council said all ambulances offering emergency medical services must be registered through the Emergency Medical Service Portal. KMPDC says the registration aims to improve the quality of emergency healthcare services, support the implementation of emergency care under the Social Health Authority program, and ensure ambulances comply with the country's health regulations. Nashon Kondiwa, the Director General of the National Transport and Safety Authority, says mandatory vehicle inspection will not begin on July 1st as earlier expected. Kondiwa said the enforcement date will be announced later to allow the government enough time to prepare inspection centers and other systems needed for the exercise. He added that the rollout will be done in phases over nearly 1 year, saying motorists cannot be forced to comply before the requirement infrastructure is fully ready.
in my communication, and that's the reason I decided to communicate, because these things were published in February. I just wanted to communicate that yes, they were published in February and they became effective, and enforcement was to begin in July. My communication was very clear that the enforcement will be communicated later. It's not starting in 1st of July. I don't know where Kenyans came with the mandatory inspection. All vehicles must be inspected by 1st of July, and we don't know the queue. And this was crazy, but I get it. I mean, we are in Kenya.
Okay.
We are seeing a transition of almost a year because for the sheer number. Okay. We are seeing a transition of almost a year. We'll begin the inspection that will give Kenyans time. You know, we are very practical, and we also think.
The family of activist Davis Lichuma is calling for investigations into his disappearance after he was found near Kenyatta National Hospital on Sunday night. Lichuma had been missing for 4 days after taking part in the Gen Z commemoration demonstrations in Nairobi's Central Business District. He is currently receiving treatment at Nairobi Women's Hospital after reportedly being abandoned near KNH by unknown people.
Watoto wengi wamepotea, si ati ni Dive peke yake alikuwa amepotea, ni wengi wamepotea. Tuko naombaje hao watoto waachiliwe waende kwa familia zao. Hatukatai, kuna serikali inasemaje, mtu kama ameiba utaweza ukamshika, lakini kama anatetea haki yake hakuna haja kumshika, na tujue wengine wako wapi saa hizi. Tunaomba pale penye wako waachiliwe, wakae na familia yao.
This responsibility now lies with IPOA, because these are clear excesses of the police service. And the single institution that is required to investigate police excesses is IPOA. And by the way, we have not seen IPOA here to date.
A total of 15 people, including 10 children, have died following a road accident in central Guinea. The crash happened shortly after 11 a.m. in the town of Mamo when a passenger vehicle carrying 16 people, including students traveling from the school holidays, collided with a semi-trailer truck on a windy section of the road. Civil defense authorities say investigations into the case of the accident are underway. And that's the truth on Radio Generation. Good morning. I'm Winnie Maganga.
The views and opinions expressed on this program are those of the guests and do not necessarily reflect the views of Radio Generation. Radio Generation assumes no responsibility or liability for the interviewee's views. This is Radio Generation. In the beginning, there was morning radio. But now there is Radio Generation's The People's Breakfast, curious and bold, getting facts from the shadows.
That's what it is.
Now, as the city wakes and secrets stir, a bright new voice shines. The People's Breakfast, your morning, your voice, your journey. Good morning.
Good morning, my neighbor.
Welcome to the home of hard truths and bold insights, Radio Generation.
A very good morning to you. Welcome back to Radio Generation. It is now 16:09. How are you doing? Oscar Mutere, Wachane at alafu kuna Stella Ndwiga, Robert Nick, Caesar Nero, James Gideya, kuna leo kuna watu wengine na sijaona. Taiki Kasogotio. You know what? Let me not pretend I know how to pronounce this name. So let me just say Tai Chi Mambo. You're saying that this is how things have been happening since the beginning. It is the reason why we have power problems in Kenya, resistance to changes. Okay. Martin Gitari, the Italian San Marco in Malindi, kuna Nazlin Lesasuyana wasema, don't they mine phosphate from Western Sahara where they've decided it's their land? Are you talking about these folks wanaitwa Morocco? I think you are. Victor Lesasian na kuona pia Victor Maevia, T. Wambogo, Pwani Economic Revolution. Anasema corruption is a tool for governance, so governments have no incentive to stop it. Yes, I saw this comment earlier on and I was like, OMG. That actually makes a lot of sense, the way Pwani has put it. Peter Otieno, how are you doing? Alafu kuna Lucas Misati as well. G. Shilavula. Anasema corruption is a game of the privileged. How many big fishes are behind bars? G. Shilavula, can I say that none? Maybe one or two? Do you even have any? Niambie big City, unajua big fish mmoja mwenye amekamatwa kwa ndani.
Big fish.
Because of corruption or any other crime for that matter.
Do I know? Well, I've read reports that people in positions of authority have been arrested. Once that is documented, I never hear anything else. Like, for instance, when we had the so-called fuel scandal,
yes,
okay, and we were told that adulterated fuel was brought into the country, there were individuals
who resigned.
They resigned, but we were also informed that the government had offered them the scholarship they normally offer such people.
Oh no, that was just temporary when they went to DCI, wrote statements and then left.
Yes, but that's the whole point. Beyond that, have you heard anything else?
Oh yes, one of them, I think it is the PS, amepatiwa kofia na wazee and he's going to run for governor in the next election.
Yeah, no. I am asking with regards
to them being arrested.
Yes.
No.
What was imputed was something that had gone wrong, and it warranted perhaps some more vigorous activity from the government. That's what I'm asking. If the people of wherever it is that he comes from, like people with such reputations,
right,
who are we to comment?
Amepatiwa kofia. Jamaa anataka kuitisha kiti next month. Next election, sorry.
See, his people will elect him. Okay? May they not complain when the resources the county is given doesn't go to the projects that are intended. They should not even squeak.
Yes.
The man has demonstrated what he can do. And then you want to elect him and give him money.
Wait, City, the guy resigned. No one has said he's guilty.
No, I am saying the man has demonstrated. Why don't I say it a second time so that you understand? He has demonstrated capacity. Okay?
Na watu wameona hii capacity, na wazee wameona hii capacity.
Paul, do you really imagine that a scandal of that nature can take place and the people in that chain government have no clue about it? It is not possible.
All I'm saying is, because you've asked me, have we heard anything about them? Of course, I know what you meant. Have we had any charges against them? We haven't. But I was saying that jamaa sasa amepatiwa, amevikwa kofia na wazee na anaitisha kiti, na tunajua watu ambao wanatoka hiyo community. Wazee wakishasema, my friend, you are as good as the person.
Maybe not. In this time and when the Gen Z and those who are youthful in this country have spoken and insist on being heard, no, the Wazes can say what they like.
Okay.
The younger voter who are the majority may think differently, and that person may not get the job that he wants.
Vincent amesema, Mbuvi, I only know Waluke is free. Yeah, I also know he's free. After how much again?
No. It's not just Waluke who's free. Baba Yao is also free.
Baba Yao kwanza tulimuona safari rally.
Look.
Hapo ndio mimi nilidhani tunaona ghost.
No, you saw him, but the thing is, the offense is bailable.
Yes.
You need to understand.
It is.
So if he paid bail, and the court said he could pay bail.
Ako tu sawa.
Yes. Right. So that's why I told you that the legal system is not where you get justice. No, hapo justice utafuta mahali pengine lakini si hapo.
Okay.
Yes.
Wacha ni introduce wageni wetu wa Sahili. In studio we have James Mulamba. Now James is a youth leader, but he's also a civil rights advocate. James, good morning and welcome to Radio Generation. Nimeona hiyo kofia. Hii ni kofia ya mtu inakaa kama ile nani alivikwa. Huyo PS ndiye itisha kiti yuko ya.
No. It's a beautiful hat.
It is. I'm saying it is.
Ni hiyo kofia imeenda school.
Hii ni kofia ya governor.
Hii ni kofia ya governor.
James. Good morning.
Good morning.
Welcome to Radio Generation. Nitakuomba ukaribie microphone ukiongea ndio tuweze kukusikia.
Yes, very good.
Haya.
Asante.
Karibu sana.
Nashukuru sana kwa opportunity ya kufika hapa leo.
Haya. Alafu James ameketi na dada yake mwingine kutoka hapa Kenya ambaye ni wakili. She's also the founder Round Table Magazine. Lena Mati, you're not new to this station. Good morning. Welcome back.
Good morning, City. Good morning, Mbuvi. Thank you so much for having me. Indeed, I'm not new to this station.
Yes.
And it's always glad to connect and have this conversation with you.
Yeah. So, wacha City awapatie methali yetu ya leo. Mtuambie what you think, then we get right down to business. So, City, over to you.
Our proverbs for the whole of this week come from the Republic of South Africa. No hills without gravestones. No valley without shadows.
Lena, lead the way.
Come again, no hills or hills.
Hills. Unaona kwanza hiyo, look, give me this look of where unasema nini. Yes, okay, so what you say? No hills without gravestones, no valley without shadows.
Milima iko na gravestones, valleys ziko na shadows.
Wow.
James anakani kama amepata.
Don't overthink it. Whatever comes to your mind as an interpretation, go with it.
Wow. No hills without gravestones. I think what it means is that before you get to a particular situation, there will always be representation or evidence of the same. So before you get to the hill, you will probably meet a gravestone. Or before you get to the valley, there will be all shadows to show you that you're heading there. Yes.
Okay. James.
I don't know. I can't wrap my head around it.
By the way,
first time it's I have to be honest.
Yeah.
It's a proverb I can't unravel.
Hata ungesema I agree with Lena.
Unajua, James actually thinks that once he says he can't unravel it, we'll let him off.
You like
it. But we do understand that sometimes you look at the point and think, what does it?
Yeah.
Just say what you think. No, not what you think I think. No, what you think.
Well, probably that you'd expect a mountain to be high, I think, and a valley to be deep.
For sure.
And probably I'm overthinking this.
Overthink all you need.
But maybe that's all you need to know. That you need probably to get ready to climb a mountain.
Right.
Because you can see the peak from afar. And probably you need to be steady enough to go down the valley. Because you understand a valley has to be steep. So you have to come prepared, maybe.
All right. City. I'm satisfied.
The thing is,
yes,
he has told us what he thinks it means. And you can't be wrong. That's the whole point.
All right.
Yes.
It's an interpretation.
Yes, it can't be wrong.
It's not an exam.
It's not a CBE assessment. CBC assessment. Neither is it an 844 exam. It's just a question.
Yes.
And your interpretation is correct.
And we thank you for that. Lena, where were you on the 25th, on Thursday?
On Thursday, I was indoors. I was indoors. I remember receiving calls from my friends asking me if I'm going for the protest, and them telling me, no, don't go for the protest. So for me, I just remained indoors and watched everything that was unfolding from inside the house.
Yeah, what did you think of it?
For me, you see, on June 25th, it was a commemoration.
Yes,
if you ask me, it was not really like a protest. And when I look at it, it's good to commemorate. I always call the young people that lost their lives in 2024 the martyrs of change. And even KNCHR, when it was presenting its report to the president and other government officials, one of the elements of reparation that it is suggested falls under satisfaction, is that as a way of honoring and acknowledging the lives that were lost and what and the contribution that they made, it is good to just commemorate, remember them, to read about them in books, name statutes after them, all those kind of things. So June 25th for me was a commemoration of the lives that were lost in 2024 and 2025.
All right.
Yes.
James, where are you?
Before I get to where I was in June 25th.
Yes.
When I came in, you were addressing yourselves to the conversation about the fuel protest or the fuel crisis.
And energy,
crisis. The energy and fuel crisis.
Right.
Well, I happened to do a presser, several on the fuel crisis, and we even did a demonstration about the same. And from where I sit, I'm disappointed that no action has been taken, legal action, against the guys who decided to resign. Because in the little gray areas we have in the law, ni kama ukiresign, tunakuacha uende. And that's the unfortunate part, that we don't get to try these people.
Yes.
And they don't get to prove their innocence. It's the same thing. If Ruto resigned today, so now we have to forget everything else is probably made us go through as a country.
Okay.
And from where I sit, I'm really disheartened because one of the friends who were doing this protest with and pushing for, we actually took the government to court, by the way. We took PO and I, the CS, then to court.
Over this
over the fuel protest.
Okay.
And well, We're waiting to see if we will really incriminate him in the entire saga, but that hasn't really happened. And some guys who are dissatisfied with what we were doing sent goons to us, and they stabbed my friend severally, and he had to be stitched with wanasema uzi saba.
Is he okay?
Yeah, he's fine.
Okay.
Unfortunately, that happened. Yeah. After that, we did the Ebola protest, and after that, we build up to this.
You went to Laikipia for that protest, or you did it from?
We did it in Nairobi.
Okay.
We were the 7 guys who came up with the coffin idea.
Okay.
The coffin is actually at Central Police Station, Exhibit 101.
Okay.
So we did a presser before June 25th, and we issued some directives, the procession route, and some guidelines to the police.
Yes.
And we also tabled our preparedness for the June 25th commemoration.
Yeah.
And part of that was, we said we deployed drones and body cameras for the June 25th peaceful procession, so that we as citizens monitor the actions
and document
of the police on that particular day. I'm saying this because I'm getting to what really happened in June 25th.
Okay.
In June 25th, June 24th, I was at KTN.
Okay.
I left the station at 3 a.m.
Why?
We had a show that ran to almost 2 a.m.
In the night?
Yes.
I'm just confirming that we are talking about night.
Yes.
Okay.
So I got to my house at 3 a.m.
Okay.
So reasonably, I couldn't get to town by 9 a.m. I was too fatigued. So I got to town by around 10:30. By that time, the mothers of some of the victims were with some of our prominent politicians, and they'd managed to get to Parliament, and they'd laid a wreath of flowers and probably said a word or two to the comrades we lost.
Okay.
So by the time I was getting to town, that had happened. I think it took almost 15 minutes. It was not a long session.
Yes.
Then from that, every attempt to try and access Parliament was barricaded.
We remember the barbed wire.
Yes. First of all, I had to walk from City Stadium to town.
How did you even get to that City Stadium?
I got to City Stadium using a matatu because Ubers were not taking, and online taxi cabs were not taking us to town.
Okay.
So the only matatu I got after 3 hours pale kwa stage brought me somewhere close to Nairobi City Stadium. So I took a bike, nikaenda nikakaribia penye kumbe polisi wamefunga barabara.
Yes.
I didn't know.
And by bike you mean motorbike?
Motorbike.
Right.
And they were unable.
Where did you meet the barricade? Where did you meet the police barricade?
At somewhere around Nasiko.
Okay.
Hapo ni karibu na Muthurwa.
All right.
They were unwilling to admit us to town. Wakasema they are civic bandits. I understand nowadays Kenya we have bandits and terrorists. I don't know how we got there.
We also have goons.
And that a police officer can tell from your face that you are a bandit.
So they stopped you and they told you you're a bandit, go back.
No, you can't access town, you are questionable.
Ah.
Then I tried to access town using another route on foot.
Yes.
And I was still turned back. And everyone else was getting turned back. So I only accessed town through a Panya route. Fortunately, they hadn't closed that one.
All right.
So I don't understand that tumefika mahali as a country we have to block roads just because we do not want Kenyans to protest or have their peaceful march, which is a guaranteed right in the constitution.
So you finally made your way to Parliament.
So when I made my way to town, we managed to galvanize some few youths to head to Parliament. We were unable to access Parliament, hata kuweka maua. Yet the politicians go to Parliament. So these are two differential treatments for two different classes of people.
And by politicians, you mean the group that was with the United Opposition?
Yes, that group.
That one got to Parliament.
In fact, when they were walking,
the mothers.
Yes, in fact, when they were walking to Parliament, the police were saluting them along the way.
Okay.
But when we made our way towards Parliament, we were stopped from accessing Parliament, even with our flowers.
Hakuna mtu alikusalute basically.
You see differential treatment for two classes of people, and that has gone on for far too long. So probably in the mind of a policeman,
yes,
Kalonzo could get me sacked or transferred, but James Mulamba can't and won't. As it is, he does not have the power right now. He may have the social capital, but he does not have the power to get me transferred or fired from office.
Maraga was also there.
So even if we came with flowers, even if we came with dark clothes, white clothes, or whatever it is, we would not access Parliament. Hata tukuje 20 times.
Okay.
So we marched from Parliament towards Central Police Station to demand the release of some of the young people who were arrested that day, because to us that was an illegal arrest.
Okay.
Because you cannot arrest me for observing my right to march.
Okay. When did you get to Central Police Station?
We almost got to Central, pale kwa footbridge hapo.
Hapo
Just
UON.
before we, just
University Way.
Yes.
Before mpande footbridge.
Just before tupige tu kona ya mwisho hapo.
Polisi
walikuwa wamepanga laini 3. Ni kama cross if you dare.
So 3 parallel lines.
Yes.
There was a vanguard, then there was the one behind it, and then sasa kuna wale fullbacks.
Yes.
Okay.
So the situation got out of hand. They fired some bullets and tear gas canisters towards us.
Pause. You are approaching the footbridge.
Yes.
Have you started climbing the footbridge?
Hata hawaja si polisi ndio wale pale.
No, I'm just confirming.
We were on University Way.
Yes.
Just past that UN gate that faces University Way.
Yes.
We did not get to the footbridge.
So meaning Central ndio pale mnaiona lakini hamjafikia.
Hatuwezi fika Canaan.
Okay. So then you find 3 rows of policemen and women.
Yes, armed to the teeth.
Armed to the teeth.
Yes.
All right. So, are you walking towards them?
Yes, we were walking towards them.
Okay, how many were you?
Around 200 or more.
200 how many?
Yes.
So they start firing.
I thought you were like 10.
No,
we did our build up. We were all around town the whole time.
200 is intimidating, but please proceed.
So in the whole time, we were not even chanting.
You're just walking.
Yes, and we were saying the things we want heard. You have to release our comrades. We were not chanting Ruto must go. It was not a political thing. We were trying to depoliticize it as much as possible. And we were making it clear that you've illegally arrested our comrades because last we checked, protesting and marching is not criminal in this country.
No, it is not.
If you are peaceful.
Yes.
And that has been misconstrued by the government of the day over and over and over again. It seems we have to ask for permission to march, to protest. And even when it is not supposed to be, the government is not supposed to give us permission, by the way. It's supposed to be a notification, which was issued.
Okay. So that we can get to the... Mulifika police station or mkufika?
They fired tear gas canisters and bullets, and we didn't manage to get to.
So you were dispersed.
Was anybody injured?
Fortunately, no.
Good.
Okay.
So, but they were firing in the air, or because if they were firing in the direction, 200 people, somebody would have been hit.
I think they were firing in the air.
In the air.
Yeah.
But they lobbed tear gas canisters in your direction.
And bullets.
But you said they were firing in the air.
Yes, both in the air. You can differentiate. For the number of times I've gone to protest, I can differentiate between the sound of a canister and a bullet.
Okay.
Yes.
All right. Wakili.
Yes.
You have heard what our brother here has said. What do you make of it? How Kenyans were treated on that particular day? He has said, he has brought in that whole issue of classism, kuna political, alafu sasa kuna common mwananchi. Do you see it that way?
Will you allow me to say that according to the Constitution, Article 37 of the Constitution, that we are allowed to demonstrate, picket, protest, as long as you're peaceful and you are you're not armed. It's been a precedent in our country that every time that we have protest, they always turn they always turn violent. In fact, here they have a name that is called Kimbi Kimbi, whereby the police and the people are running after each other.
Right. No, one is running away from the other one.
One is running away from the other. The other one is chasing the other.
Right.
Okay. Yeah, something like that. In this protest, or rather in the commemoration on June 25th, for me, the protest was said to have been largely peaceful because people were not armed. We didn't have fatalities. And so it was seen as a change into the way we've had the culture of protest. While I feel bad for my brother who felt like he experienced some form of segregation, this is also to show that there is need for change with how Kenyans are, because we're all equal before the law.
True.
And the Constitution provides that you are equal before the law.
That is a correct statement. But the practice,
but practically,
is what James is talking about.
Yes.
We are not equal under the law when it comes to practice.
Yes.
We are all equal under the law. Continue.
No, the Constitution provides for that equality.
Yes.
Yes, please go on.
Yes.
And when I look at it, the reason why probably he has said at one point that they appeared to be people who would cause unrest.
They were profiled, yes.
They were profiled. And I think that has emanated from the reason being that there is this, what can I call it? There is this fear that the young people, once they go into protests, it turns otherwise. I managed to have a conversation with the OCPD at Central Police Station.
Ulienda huko wewe sasa?
Yes, I went there.
Kufanya nini?
Because I wanted to get, because I want to get the two sides of the story.
Or are you representing some of the folks who were arrested there?
I was not representing.
Okay.
I was not representing them, but I went there to get the side of the story because I really wanted to understand what is
verify.
this.
Yeah, I just want to understand in your capacity as a citizen.
Yes, as a citizen.
Okay.
Yes. And nikamuuliza, why is it that once we have protest, they have to be violent, there has to be unrest? What is this, that there have to be fatalities? And for him, he told me that apparently it has become, there are people that have come to the point of earning through this protest, such that I cannot be able to verify his information.
Yeah.
I don't have any proximity to the police to say that what you said was right or wrong. But he told me that sometimes even when the police wametulia tu hivi kivyao, that the young people will come to them so that they can provoke them. And then it causes a scene. And apparently that some of these young people will now come and tell them that, please, don't release me. Niwache tu, I'm earning from this. So it was something that shocked me actually. And I've told you that I cannot be able to verify this.
And you believed that statement?
No, that's what I've told you, that's the information that I got.
Nah, but I'm asking you now, as a citizen.
Yes.
Did you believe it? That mimi ninaweza shikwa na nikuje niseme afande usiniachilie, acha nikae hapa hivi nikomboka.
Bubi, you're putting me in a tough situation.
So clearly you believed it.
No, I didn't believe it. It's just hanging actually in my mind.
You've given me the answer I was looking for.
But if you look at 200 people marching towards Central Police.
Yes.
What do you think was the commonality in the agenda of that march? You think everybody had the same agenda?
Of course not.
No, and that's the man who was in the
I'm coming to James. But to now to come and
and Siti, I'm so happy that you've asked me that question, because every time that we go into protests, it's not everyone who has a common agenda. There are those, kuna wenye wanatafuta unga hapo, by the way, Mbuvi. There are those that are there they are there for the reason why, they are there for the common agenda.
Yes,
that we are going to march, we want to get our colleagues released. There are also those who are there to take selfies, to be seen that they also went to the protest. There are those that are there to cause violence.
Yes.
You see? So different people in protests have different purposes.
All right.
And some of the times, this is the reason why our protests have not been peaceful. Yes.
But James, let me just add this. You will find that if you look at the history of protests across the world, in whatever time, space, or period, what you've just discussed is always the reality of protests. There are even infiltration by people who work for government. Okay? However, would you then say that the large majority, kuna watu, are people who actually have the same agenda, or is it diverse throughout?
Of course, the majority have the same agenda.
James, the people that you are with, they're around 200. You said around 200, right?
Yes.
Did you know all of them? Did you know some of them? Did you know a majority of them? Did you know no one of them? None of them, rather?
I knew a majority of them.
Okay.
Because we have bonded in the streets more times than I can count. The conversation peddled around commercial activism, the kind of conversation that you would go to streets to get paid, or please arrest me and please do not release me, I am on a payroll or something,
yes,
has been spun for far too long, and understandably so, because I wouldn't dismiss it and say there aren't activists out there who probably do this for commercial purposes. But
by commercial purpose, you mean like wana
exactly what she's saying.
Okay.
That is but the minority, probably 1 or 2 out of 10.
Okay.
And if they are in any way championing for the same cause, whether they are getting paid or not, would that be a matter of discussion? Should that make headlines now?
Okay.
And it may be morally wrong, but it is not legally wrong. Like, as a police officer who is supposed to enforce the law, I shouldn't have a problem with you for being morally wrong, for doing a moral wrong thing. That is not a crime in Kenya. It is not a crime to get paid as an activist. I'm not a paid activist myself.
Okay.
But I'm saying there exist such elements, but they appear to push towards the same direction. It's like you're walking towards South B, you need someone to help you walk towards South B.
Okay.
You're walking towards South B because probably you have a gig at South B. And there's someone who has no motivation to walk towards South B unless probably kuna mtu wamemuita huko. They have no business in South B. But because you need someone to give you a push, you guys are walking in the same direction. Are you now supposed to denounce them and take a different route?
Okay.
And all you needed was morale, motivation, and probably that oomph to want to do this together. Yeah, and that is exactly what we've been getting from, say, the paid activists. Wao wanatusindikiza to achieve what we want. We're pushing for justice, we're pushing for accountability, we're pushing for genuine reparations to the survivors of June 25th and to those that lost their lives, to their relatives and to their families.
Yeah.
Na wewe uko hapo kutusindikiza. Are we supposed to chase you?
No.
It's
Actually,
morally wrong but not legally
You've
wrong.
made an extremely valid point. Yes. He who is not against you, you can assume is your friend. But part of why this discussion becomes pertinent, there's a word that is often used called infiltration. And infiltrators don't need to be the majority. They just need to be a few.
That can effect something.
Yes, they can actually, because even when you talk about demonstrations, all these things have people who have louder voices, people who are listened to more, people who are recognized more, people who have more oomph. That's just a reality of these things. So in the same way, there are people who can infiltrate and even change the course of a conversation within that particular movement.
Yeah.
Yes.
There's been talk about some of the folks that were arrested. And even like magazeti amesema walikuwa abducted. Government was asking them, or rather the people that held them those people were asking them, who is funding you, and perhaps they just needed to understand hii nguvu yote mnatoa wapi.
Remember when I gave you the little story about how we were building up towards this protest.
Right.
It was so that we could get to this moment. 6 of the guys who were arrested are my friends, bosom buddies,
including Davis.
Yeah, including Davis.
Okay.
Some of them were part of the presser we did pre-2025, pre-June 25th, 2026.
Okay.
That is Julius Kamau, Collins Otieno, Elisha Ochieng Alam.
Tulikuwa na Elisha hapa actually. Was it that morning or the morning? I think it was the morning before.
Yes. So Elisha and Frederick Onjiro Thiambo. Those are among the comrades we did that actual presser with. Okay. And we gave our preparedness, including deploying body cameras and drones to monitor the actions of the police or anyone who may try to break the law.
Okay.
So on that particular day, Thursday, June 25th, 2026, they were picked at the barricade of Parliament, at that barbed wire. And they were disappeared because they were not booked at any police station.
Wait,
yes.
Elisha go say?
No, right now they've been released.
Okay.
But on Thursday they were arrested and disappeared.
Because I saw Elisha with the mothers there. Really, he was trying to soothe them and so on and so forth.
So on Thursday, our comrades were arrested, and they were not booked in any police station, but they were taken to several. They were taken to Central, they were taken to Pangani, they were taken to...
they were scattered all over.
They were taken to... That lorry would drive into a particular police station, and the officers would alight the particular vehicle, make some few calls, receive orders, then get into the same vehicle, zoom off to another police station.
So the people, your colleagues did not disembark from the vehicle?
Yes,
the vehicle.
yes. So and the whole while they were being beaten mercilessly.
Inside that lorry?
Yes, inside that lorry. And at around 2 p.m. they were dropped somewhere around Naivasha Road. And they were picked immediately by 3 Subarus.
The moment they were dropped, they were picked
The
again.
moment they were dropped. That tells you it was a coordinated thing. And these police officers were listening to orders or receiving orders from a higher authority. And that's why we need to have the conversation about command accountability. Someone issued that order. When they were bundled into those Subarus, the beatings continued till the night. And they were housed in, they would say, the probably black sites. And they were blindfolded the whole way inside the Subarus till the drop-off point at black sites. And they were held there for an entire day.
Ndio mtu asijue ameenda direction gani.
Yes, that was on Friday for an entire day. And the entire day sisi tuko Twitter, tuko kila mahali on social media, tweeting, tukiuliza comrades wetu wako wapi, please release them because we know you have them and we have videos of you arresting them. And we saw the whole scuffle. And on when the pressure mounted, I think they were released on Saturday morning. They were released on Saturday morning, and they were dropped. Some of our comrades were dropped kwa ile kichaka iko hapo nyuma Atalanta Stadium.
Okay.
Then the other ones were dropped off at the Kibera Forest.
Hey. Why at a forest?
Because I don't know. I wouldn't justify that. I don't know why they
hakuna witnesses in those particular
probably,
spots.
Yeah, probably. That could be a sound excuse. They drop you at a place where there are no excuses. There were no witnesses. Somewhere around, sometime around 2 a.m. to 4 a.m. Watu wote wamedropiwa after being abducted. Sijui nitaita abducted ama forcibly disappeared.
Yes.
Huwa mnaachiliwa hiyo masaa.
Okay.
And then you have guys who've been beaten the whole time, traumatized, tortured, physically strained, now trying to find their way to the closest hospital because they have to get to a medical checkup before they resume their normal, day activities.
Quick one. Where did you get the funds to, do these whole drones and body cams and any other technology that you might have?
We did not have drones and we did not have body cameras.
I think you said
yes.
We did not
took
have
videos.
Them. We did not take videos.
Okay.
It's what you call probably preempting violence from the police. So when you tell them you have body cameras and you tell them you've deployed drones, they would probably behave on that particular day, because that is the first time citizens have threatened to deploy drones to monitor and
here we were arguing for the case of body cam, saying those things are not very expensive. You can actually afford them, so you don't need to be funded. So
the whole time they were being beaten, walikuwa wanaulizwa, where is that body camera? I need to see it before I start manhandling you. Labda unanirecord kabla nikupige.
Hidden camera, spy camera.
Unaweza kuwa unanirecord kabla nikupige. Nataka kujua kama hauna hiyo body camera ndio nikutwange proper. I have to beat you to a pulp.
Let me ask this question, and this one I'm asking the two of you. You spoke to a senior police officer.
OCPD.
And OCPD, not OCS, OCPD. And they explained to you and gave you reasons. Do you think, from your experience, that the police know what is right and what is wrong? That's number one. Do you think that they have a conscience so that it bothers them when they do wrong?
Let me go faster. Of course, I believe that the police know what is wrong and what is right. And allow me to go to the root of why we've always had a problem with police brutality and excessive use of force. Because as per the National Police Service Act, a police is not allowed to deploy force. Actually, the operational modus operandi of a police is non-violent means of operation. So they should not use force.
And wait, this non-violent,
National Police Service Act.
Yeah.
Yes.
And they all know it.
Of course, they are trained. Of course, they ought to know it because
I'm just asking because labda is a unit where
Ni kama kuna wenye waliskip.
Yeah, kuna watu waliskip hiyo so wow
Your act hawajaisoma.
Yes,
but continue.
You see, during the colonial period, the police were used to enforce what the colonialists wanted. It was then referred to as a police force. Because, why is it laughing?
Because, my friend, they even had a unit when we were in university called Fanya Fujo Uone. That's what we called them.
Yes, so, like it was now used as a way to be able to enforce the colonialism.
Yes.
And when we gained independence, the police did not move from that mentality. And there have been a lot of efforts to try to bring reforms, including calling our police force, calling it service. Because according to Article 244 of the Constitution, the police they are supposed to work with the people. There needs to be a working together between the police and the community to be able to bring the element of security. But if you're always fighting with each other, then there's no way that you can be able to come to the point of saying that, we are going to achieve whatever it is that we want.
Very true.
And when I look at the police service, while there have been reforms to make it better, adhere to professionalism and adhere to the principles of human rights, I still believe that a lot needs to be done. When I was talking to the OCPD at Central Police Station, one of the things that he told me is that he doesn't refute the fact that there are rogue elements within the police service. And those rogue elements, I don't just believe it is the work of the police service to do. It is also the work of IPOA, because IPOA has the duty to bring accountability and to enforce what the police ought to be doing.
Okay.
So when I see this kind of things cropping up, and there has been nothing that has been done by IPOA. IPOA has not come out to tell us that this is the challenge that is within the police service, and this is how we are handling it. Up to date, some of the police that were caught on live camera, killing people, killing protesters, we are still yet to hear about what is happening.
Shooting live into crowds.
So I believe this is an institutional lapse within IPOA, because it's the one that is mandated to be able to enforce accountability and ensure that there's professionalism among the police. Yes.
Okay.
James.
Let me start by the reason why we were marching on the streets on June 25th. The purpose was to collectively commemorate the youths we lost on June 25th, 2024. And from where I sit, I think that should be made a public holiday. I think we'd have an easier time and a peaceful time trying to honor and pay homage to those we lost if we have this granted to us as an holiday. But we were on the streets because, one, some of the youths who lost their lives in 2024 were never found. Those bodies were never found and they were never buried. So how do you tell us to go and grieve at their grave sites and they have no graves? We started with a proverb about grave sites. I don't know how symbolic this is. This seems to harmonize. They don't have graves. So how do you tell us to go and grieve at their graves?
Okay.
We were also doing a peaceful march and a commemoration in the CBD because this is where they lost their lives. We were also doing this because the collective grief creates memory. And we're also doing a collective march because we refuse to move on. Because silence may be misconstrued for moving on and for forgiveness because we've not forgiven them.
Okay.
And we've certainly not moved on. Okay. Not when our young people are moved from one police station to the other in the middle of the night just because they can't be booked. No, not when our young people are being shuffled left, right like a deck of cards. Not when blood money is being pushed to us as if it was a substitution for justice and accountability. True reparation goes beyond financial compensation. It goes into addressing the reforms that we actually were pushing for. Have we reformed the police service? Because merely changing the name from a police force to a service hasn't done us any good. Have we achieved justice and accountability for the families that lost their loved ones? Have we seen individual police officers taken to court to answer for excessive use of force? So far, as we sit here, only 3 cases have gone to trial. Only 3. In fact, the Rex Masai case has not even gone to trial. It has not gone past the inquest. And from what we gather, it is not going to trial. Because IPOA says they were not able to retrieve the bullet. They were not able to get crucial witnesses to testify on that particular matter. And they were not also able to get the secondary firearm that might have been used by Isaac Murangiri, the officer who was accused of shooting Rex. They also say they did not get the CCTV footage of the CCTV camera that was at the best vantage point to capture the whole scene. And they are saying this after 2 years. And they have it all the time.
Yes.
I understand when IPOA decries understaffing and underfunding. But then some of these things do not need a lot of staff. These things do not need millions of money. Just accessing that firearm, accessing that CCTV camera, and retrieving that bullet, unless they are complicit in all this. And they are trying to cover up for the executive. Because we understand the chairperson of IPOA is an appointee of the executive. He needs to show us that independence. We've not seen it. 2 years down the line, we only have 3 cases that have gone to trial. Is that fair? Is that reasonable? Does it even make sense? Of the 62 people we lost, only 3 have gone to trial. Only 3 cases have gone to trial for a period of 2 years. And we do not see any readiness to prosecute the rest of the police officers who are implicated in these murders. So that's where we beg the question. Are we choosing the money, or is the government forcing money to us over genuine justice and accountability for the families and for the friends and relatives who lost their loved ones on June 25th, 2024? And as if that is not enough, in 2025, we lost over 60 comrades. We lost around 38 comrades on the Sabasaba protest in 2025. We lost around 19 comrades on the June 25th, 2025 commemoration. And we lost Albert Ojwang, we lost Boniface Kariuki, and so many other young people, including the lady who lost her life at a police cell, I think somewhere around Nanyuki or Laikipia. And that brings the total to around 60 more deaths documented by Haki Africa, Vocal Africa, Kenya Human Rights Commission, and the police watchdog itself. So that tells us that tukimalizana 2024, we start compensating 2025 victims. Tukimalizana 2025, we get to 2026 and we compensate the people who lost their lives in the fuel protest, because there are more than 10. We compensate the ones who lost their lives in the Ebola protest.
Yeah.
And the list goes on. To what end? The government is busy creating more victims, more survivors, and killing more. Because the reprieve is compensating them financially, and this government seems to have a lot of money to compensate us.
I have a question for Wakili here, and it's about the numbers that we saw on Thursday, 5 days ago. You can't compare them to the numbers we saw during Sabasaba, kwa mfano, or during 25th of last year. And you definitely cannot compare them to what we saw in 2024. Now, I know there were barricades, but do you see there's like a trend where the numbers are going, dipping, wanaenda tu polepole wakipotea in terms of the people that are showing up for whatever you want to call it, a march, a protest, a commemoration?
Absolutely, Mbuvi. The numbers reduced. And one of the things about 2024 that I always talk about is the fact that there were so many young people who went out to the streets. And they were all there, irrespective of political parties. They all went there. And it's because there was a shared common problem with the young people that was, while it had political elements with it, but it was not really grounded within politics. In 2025, the same thing. But now when we came to 2026, there was almost the element of mobilization by political forces to call young people to come out to the streets. While probably there was also the aspect of fear within the protest. But one of the things that I have learned about these demonstrations is that people come out when they feel like the protest, they are led by them themselves, not by politicians. Because they believe that once politicians now invade the protest, they either want to use them for their own political clout, or they want to put them in harm's way. So the aspect of people turning up during protests and everything is also, I mean, it's largely part of, it's largely due to politics.
Okay.
Yes.
James, the dwindling numbers.
The dwindling numbers are as probably as I would agree with what she's saying.
Lea is her name.
Lena.
Lena Mati.
I would agree to what Lena is saying. That when politicians infiltrate our own organizing and mobilization, that in a way doesn't augur well with the young people, and it sends the wrong signals. It appears we're getting co-opted, and our genuine clamor is being taken over by the political class. And when they issued that notice to the IG, 50% of the young people dropped off. The ones who are willing to attend that protest. Wanauliza mbona ni hawa wanapeleka notice na sio sisi. Unfortunately, you remember I talked about the differential treatment of politicians. We took that notice. Na wakasema we are not permitting you guys to have the protest or the peaceful march. Na nikashangaa, are we asking for permission? Because it is not supposed to be, we are not supposed to ask for permission. It's supposed to be a notification.
Okay.
At least 3 days before the protest or the peaceful march. So we are only asking for your cooperation, security deployment during that particular day. We are not asking for permission. And OCSs have misused this, have misused the Public Order Act to appear as if they need to stamp that notification. And as if they need to grant permission for that particular march. And we need to go back to court to get the correct interpretation for the Public Order Act in regards to serving notices to police stations.
Actually, they understand it fairly well. It's not... Do you think that the culture we've seen in this country where high-ranking politicians in this country disregard the law, do you think it has an effect on how it is that those who are supposed to implement it, like the police service, do you think it would influence them to also disregard the law? Because policemen understand the law. Because that's what it is. That's what they seek to implement. They understand it. Then we go back to practice. What do you think influences their practice? Is it willful? They decide this is what they're going to do? Or is it because the nature of discipline forces where
it's two things. It's the attitude they have acquired from their training, that's one. And two, the command chain of the police service.
James, have you ever met a new recruit from Kiganjo?
Well, I have. And
would you say the traits that you see in the police men and women who are now in service, do you think it's the same?
Well, there are some recruits I've met who are just honest in serving their country.
Yes.
And there are some who I don't know how they get the wrong training. Ametoka fresh from training, but anataka kudeal na nyinyi. No. You remember those young officers
who think
graduated
training na hiyo attitude. Sisi ati alipata attitude kwa training. Just like, for instance, there are people who join the Kenya Revenue Authority because they want to work for the government. The others want to be in the customs department specifically. Not because they want to serve the country, but they've been told.
Hapa ndio pesa iko.
Precisely.
I don't get it. It appears as if we have so many rotten apples at the police service in that they overshadow the minority who may want to do good by the Kenyan people and who may want to stick to the law. If you'd sample 10 Kenyans right now and ask them what they think about the police service, they will tell you hawa watu si marafiki zetu, hawa watu hata hawatupendi na ni wanyama. Because that is what they protrude, that's what they display, that's what they portray. A nonchalant attitude that is very abrasive and willing to disintegrate into chaos and brutality at the slightest of provocation.
James, we the citizenry, I know we are running out of time. Huh? How do we respond to authority? You see, the generation that you are in are very many. They are extremely loud, but they're not the first generation to be loud and to be expressive. They are not the first ones to have their lot disappeared. We just live in the information age, so we get a lot more information. We know a lot more about what is happening. But the constant is, that's not the constant I'm referring to. The constant is how police relate to individuals who are seeking to have the law implemented as it should. Because that's really what these protests are about.
Yeah.
We have these rights, and we're saying it allows us to do this. And for simply being a stickler to trying to implement or the law or to have it understood, then the problems arise for those who want to push that agenda.
I had a conversation with a senior officer, I wouldn't want to mention, at Central. I was trying to understand, just like Lena, on that particular day, we were trying to bail out our comrades who had been arrested on June 25th, on that particular Thursday. And I wanted to understand, why is it that they keep on arresting us? And they meet excessive force on us every time we show up for a protest. And he was appearing to suggest, you guys should stop protesting altogether. It's a nuisance to him as a police officer. And he was saying, you guys are too much.
Do you know it was actually very honest what he said? Do you know he was actually being honest?
I'm addressing myself to what he said. Then I will get to why I think he's not right with what he said.
Okay.
And he was saying, you guys should stop protesting. And you guys should use your members of parliament to address your concerns. And he was also saying, we are tired of protests.
Okay.
And he was saying, every time you guys will come out, we will crush you. Then he said something else sinister. He said, we presume or assume every protest is anti-Ruto. Ruto aliwafanyia nini? Why did you guys hate him so much? That was the entire conversation. One, I don't think we have a responsibility to love William Ruto. We might love his policies if they are working for us. So that is preempted. Two, the misconstruing of every protest as an anti-government establishment protest is wrong. And thirdly, appearing to advise us to use our members of parliament to air our grievances, whilst we all know that our members of parliament have been captured, is really wasting our time. You know they do not represent us as it is. 187 of them decided not to show up for the finance bill because they were answering to higher powers.
Actually, they actually showed up. Then when the voting time came, they disappeared. Walikuwako tu, lakini now when you have to show, they disappeared.
In fact, that is worse. I would rather they did not come than coming and deciding to walk off when it is very important. That we pay them to make these decisions for us.
I agree with you.
And the last one is him saying they have had enough of the protest. But we've not achieved what we wanted. We've not achieved justice in this country. We've not achieved accountability. Corruption is still a scourge in this country. Ruto is still president in this country. So how can you have enough? We have not achieved what we wanted. You guys should stomach us. After all, we are exercising our rights. And we are peaceful in all our protests. Ni nyinyi mtume guns. Kama hamjatuma guns, sisi tuko sawa.
There's something that we need to perhaps consider discussing at a later date. Wow, since this gentleman had an honest conversation with you, what else do the police do on a daily basis that makes a protest a burden? What is it about their lives and the work that they do that has so much pressure that when it comes to a demonstration, now that is the pressure they do not want at all, so they will react in the way they actually react? It's a discussion for another day.
Yeah, sure. And as I wind up, I would need to address myself to the preemptive tactics of barricading roads. That is actually in contravention of the Constitution of Kenya, and it is a derogation of the right to movement under Article 39, if I'm not wrong. It also violated the right to assemble, and it violated our right to demonstrate and picket and present petitions. And I understand Katiba Institute took the Inspector General of Police to court for violating the court orders that were issued against most of these things. The use of water cannons, the barricading of roads.
Kufunika uso.
Yes, and the use of excessive force and the covering of faces for police officers who are in plain clothes. Mbona mnajifunika uso if you guys are acting within the law?
Hata wale walikuwa na uniform walikuwa wamejifunika uso. Kuna wengine wao.
So we need to have that conversation, and probably we need to take the Nairobi police commandant to court. When I was having this discussion on Thursday with some of my friends, they told me, I don't think the IG can be taken to court. Who will arrest him? That's what they asked me. Then, boom, Katiba Institute on the same day takes the IG to court. Then I told them, oh, you guys, now you have a hint, it can be done. Let's take the Nairobi police commandant to court for barricading roads and for taking away our rights to protest and to march and for taking away our rights to assemble.
Okay.
And for taking away the rights of so many other Kenyans who wanted a normal day on June 25th, because it was not a protest, it was a march, and we had our procession routes. So what were around 5 million, 2 million, 3 million did not access down just because you guys are scared about a procession for commemoration, which is actually not a protest. So you took away all their rights just because you guys are scared we'll get to parliament and or we'll get to state house.
Watu wangeendelea na biashara zao as you guys march.
Yes, all those people lost revenue on that particular day should sue government for using preemptive tactics that do not even make sense in mass, let alone in art.
Lady and gentlemen, we've come to the end.
I haven't had my closing remarks.
Yes, you will have, and I wanted to ask you a question. The first time we met ulikuwa unataka kiti fulani ama ni mimi na confuse na wewe na mtu mwingine?
Maybe unani confuse na mtu mwingine.
All right.
Yes.
Nilikuwa nataka kuuliza kama bado unataka.
Then it is very good to deny such things, especially when you're on air.
Yes, absolutely.
But closing remarks.
Okay. Thank you, Bubi and City, for having us. One of the things that my brother has said that we need to take the Nairobi commandant to court. Remember that in our legal system we have what we call the exhaustion of available remedies. So we cannot take him to court per se without taking him first to IPOA, or even without dealing with him internally within the National Police Service.
Okay.
So those ones need to be exhausted first before we even talk about going to court.
All right.
And then from there, the IPOA now can suggest probably criminal prosecution through the ODPP. So, and this is not in any way to what do I call, to cover up police brutality.
Yes.
I believe that police brutality needs to be dealt with it entirely. The issue of enforced disappearances, the issue of abductions, the issue of detentions and all those kind of things need to come to an end. And one of the ways that this needs to come to an end is teaching our police how to be able to handle demonstrations. I don't believe that they have the know-how now to be able to handle demonstrations. Secondly, we do not have a demonstrations act that guides us on how to demonstrate. Just as he has said that day, that there are people that lost their revenue. I've been able to traverse through this country. And when I went to Narok and Kajiado, one of the things that these people were saying is that, is there a way that demonstrations can be carried out in a particular area so that they don't interfere with businesses? Also the right to demonstrate and picket is a right that has been given by the Constitution as part of participatory democracy, such that young people, as a way of participating in their in governance, they have the right to demonstrate and present their petitions to the relevant authorities. So that's very okay. But also, as young people, we also need now to come and ask ourselves, should maandamano now take a life of its own? Once everything, every time should we just go out to the streets? Okay. Because I believe that at times, even when you're a soldier, if one method fails, because this has been infiltrated by the politicians, and that's the problem that even the police are dealing with. When you went to the streets in 2024, initially the protests were very good. The police were cooperating with people. It was so peaceful. There was no one who was having a problem. But the moment there was infiltration and there was violence, now became, they stood on their guard. Why? Because criminal element has been introduced into this protest. Yeah. And this is majorly by politicians or people with vested interest. So as young people, we need to understand, even Sun Tzu said, the writer of The Art of War said that if you know yourself and you don't know the enemy, for every victory gained, you will suffer what? You will suffer defeat. We've been suffering defeat because we don't know our enemy. We don't know what you are fighting. We have now become disunited. We are using maandamano and protest for political purposes. As we move forward, we need now to rethink our methodology of achieving this change that we want. I yield.
Can I get a rate of reply for 15 seconds?
Sure.
Because she mentioned...
it's okay.
Well, we are taking the Nairobi police commandant to court, not maliciously, but because we need to set a precedence about command accountability. That has not been discussed exhaustively in this country. That as a senior police officer, I would issue illegal orders or irrational orders, but I would expect my junior officers to follow them through. Ama ni wafute kazi, ama ni wa transfer. And that has been a problem in this country, and we cannot achieve that with IPOA. Yenye hata haina arresting powers. IPOA is, I don't want to use the word toothless bulldog, but it is just there. Hiko tu. And the internal affairs unit of the police service has not delivered accountability and justice to Kenyans. Especially in high profile cases. Kama ya police commandant, ama inspector general of police, you will not expect to find justice in the internal affairs unit. So we need to take them to court, and we need to set an example of these officers on how not to misuse power, on how not to issue illegal orders. Because
but I get her
this is
point.
exactly what we have.
James, I get her point. What she meant was, and perhaps correct me if I'm wrong, what she meant was, ndio mtapeleka petition yenyu kotini, mseme tunataka kushika, I believe the police commandant is called Muhammad, right?
Yes, Isa, I think.
Yeah, so you take Muhammad to court, you will be told, my friend, okay, we see you, but you have not gone to IPOA. So until you malizana na IPOA, hii petition yenyu rudisheni huko tu kwanza.
Just like the Sifuna case, they were told first to deal with the political parties.
Eventually, let me just say it as it is.
Yeah.
We will waste so much time with the internal affairs unit and with IPOA, and we'll still get to court. Point is, we'll still go to court.
James, you will not waste time.
They have not delivered justice for us.
No, it doesn't work that way. What you are doing, you are in uncharted waters. The process that you are undertaking is far more important than perhaps can be stated. For this simple reason, when you see the operationalization of the Constitution, it isn't magic, not somebody snapping their fingers. It is a process that is painstaking, that is difficult. That we even have an internal affairs unit is excellent. That we even have IPOA is excellent. Meaning, you have a shaky structure, but you have a structure.
When we push this case to the wall, you know what will happen? They will transfer him, and that will be the end of it. Most times when they transfer these police officers, most of these cases are not given the attention they deserve.
James, you live in a time when you're talking about a constitution that enables you to do this. This constitution did not exist until 2010. Before then, Kenyans were still living in this country, and the police were behaving exactly the way they are behaving now, and there was no recourse. If you dared demonstrate, guaranteed you'd be injured.
Okay.
So we'll have this conversation 6 months from now.
Okay.
And I will tell you the far we've gone.
And I will urge you to involve those like you who actually think. Not those who want to be told what to do and how to do, to think. Because you already have the structure within which you can work. Now apply the thinking. How do we make it work? Because you've tried one, it isn't working. Think.
James and Lena, asanteni.
Thank you.
Tufanye hivi tena, eh?
Absolutely.
All right, folks. See you tomorrow morning at 6 a.m.
This is the Radio Generation News.
Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga. Youth representative at Jamii Imara Mashinani, Naipamei Kaikai, has urged Kenyans to hold members of parliament accountable for the laws passed by parliament. Kaikai says MPs are responsible for debating and approving policies before they are signed into law by the president. She was speaking today on Radio Generation.
I just hope that Kenyans will understand to hold each
and everyone
accountable, and we stop this selective accountability. It
remember?
Doesn't help anyone. Actually, it just makes things to go slow, and also let a lot of people to get away with a lot of things.
NTSA Director General Nashon Kondewa says the agency does not know the exact number of vehicles on Kenyan roads. Speaking on NTV today, Kondewa said many vehicles remain in the system even after they are no longer in use. He added that the problem is worsened by illegal vehicle smuggling and improper registration processes, making it difficult for authorities to maintain accurate vehicle records.
Eric, I can put it